Yep. Hello, friends. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. I, I am your host, Eric. I have an accent from a foreign land. Nobody's accent sounds like that. Fine. Well, regardless, I want to let you know that I care about you, me, and everybody else all the time, and that today's no exception. If you thought yesterday was exciting, you haven't met today yet. Sometimes called the most exciting day since yesterday. Hi, Mean Bird. I want you and everybody else to rejoice today in my vision. Like that. That's how you rejoice today in my vision. I didn't write that song, but I think it's so good. I think it's unspeakably good. Hi, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Nevertheless, I shall speak of its goodness. I've got a little bit of cleaning up in here to do before I can cook some new dinner. So why don't we get started on that? I am a bit hungry. I am going to need to eat soon. I think I'll get a carry me over snack. Well, shit. I could just cook this up as sandwiches, really. I'll just take a bite of it. Where's those leftover steak? I'm gonna cook Joe. Joe wants more food. Truth is, Rachel's gonna turn down food anyway. I've been playing with Google Gemini, Google's AI thing, and I'm impressed. For example, I told it to create a cartoon drawing of a gaunt man with a cowboy hat. Looking haunted by bad memories. And that's what it came up with, just from text. Pretty crazy, right? So, I think it captured exactly what I said really well, right? That looks like a gaunt man with a cowboy hat, looking haunted by bad memories. Dick Eaton, you and my wife both of you are pooping while watching the stream. I know, so it's like if you were making a video or something and you wanted, well, like you could also take this drawing, upload it to a video generating site, and animate this with that. Granted, it gives you like 4 seconds of video, maybe a little bit more if you if you pay for the premium one, probably not going to be that dynamic, but still kind of crazy. The mobile version of Gemini sucks. I don't have the mobile version of Gemini. What, kitty? Here, if you want a piece of this, have a piece of this. The cat wants a piece of steak. Not surprisingly. There you go. Let's get that butt on the dance floor. You can see my little butt. It's on the dance floor. I should have eaten this before I started streaming off it. I'm sorry about that. But I thought I was going to be coming in here to clean and cook dinner and stuff once I started the stream, but then I realized maybe I should just eat Rachel leftovers because she's not even going to want to eat right now. When you and Rachel are done pooping, maybe I could poop too. So, I don't feel like I have to at the moment, but maybe, hopefully. We can dream. There should be sufficient calories to fuel the excitement. Because, oh my God, do we have excitement in store for you today. I'm thinking, I really might want to make some long form videos. Using, say, well, there's a lot. I was looking into variations on things that AI can do, and different AIs typically are specialized at doing certain kinds of things, but like one thing that AI can do pretty well is if I were to write a script, then it'll cut it into like slideshows and stuff. Friday night, you and your boys went out to eat. Then they hung out, but you came home around 3. Yes, you did. You just started pooping, Camden did. Okay. Which Friday night are you talking about? Am I Muslim? No, I'm not Muslim. What I am, it rhymes with Christian. Can you guess what it is? Thanks God. Thank God you're here. This 966 are crazy. No, other people besides Muslims have beards sometimes. Well, I was anticipating Rachel and I were going to go play an open mic tonight, but unfortunately, we missed it. It has been, it's usually every month on Thursday, but this month they had it on Wednesday. We learned that today, a day late and $1 short. So I do anticipate playing some music here. I don't think Kamala Harris is a Muslim. And most people who like Kamala Harris probably aren't Muslims. I think they're mostly just Democrats. I think you've mistaken Democrats for Muslims. No, I'm not a Harris supporter. I would admonish you that you're probably ill served to try to determine the legitimacy of a given individual and while they're streaming based purely on their whether or not they align with your politics. But uh, I certainly don't align with any group's politics. You know, I'm a correctist by nature and habit and practice. Tater tots, tasty spots. You're talking about margarine. Is that her name? Marjorie? Margarine? Did you get some tater tots? Marjorie's tater tots, I guess? I'm not sure. Alright, so I'm going to still implement my initial plan now that I got a little food in my belly. Putting away the clean dishes. And then I will address these, also address questions here while I'm doing this, clearing my glasses. Nah, I like you to be frank. I was just trying to wind you up, but you're classy. Well, thanks, poorly written reviews. I try to be classy every once in a while. Ismael access hi. Hi. Juan Venado says, Hola, amigo, ¿cómo estás? Bien, y tú? Y hola, y tú también. Me llamo es Eric. Y hay demasiado chupacabras en tu pueblo. Do I think that people can be ambiverts or are people either extroverted or introverted just in general? Well, I think in general, if you look at it in the colloquial sense, um, sure, people could be quote unquote ambiverted. In fact, almost everybody is. But like there are some people who are rather more extroverted than I am, probably. But I'm not necessarily sure that links specifically to type because as I've gotten older, I've gotten less colloquially extroverted. Although you might not tell from the streams, it is nevertheless the case. And obviously, Rachel, you would note that I am going to come across as less extroverted um, in person than I am in streams. Who's the best rapper? Well, okay, if you want to talk about just pure technical ability or like acrobatics, then you got to put Eminem in the mix there. If you're talking about who's the who like it depends on what criterion you want to evaluate. I think Kendrick Lamar is the most talented rapper of his generation. However, he's made not that many good songs, right? Not that many good tracks. Eminem has way more good tracks, but Eminem too has plenty of garbage and plenty of super cringe stuff. Kendrick Lamar is not particularly cringe. I think the best rapper producing stuff right now, like the generation after Kendrick Lamar, kind of, I would say is Prof. And although I think the rapper making the best music right now is Baby No Money. Justin Bieber is not the GOAT, no. Justin Bieber? I don't even know her. Good Kid, Mad City by Kendrick is mostly all hits. I mean, is it all hits? What are some of the hits it has on it? But like, if you were to try to play the album "Pimp Like a Butterfly" or "Pimp a Butterfly," is that what it's called? I think I threw the like in there, like sting, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Anyway, "Pimp a Butterfly," then you would have to skip most of the tracks on it. It's mostly garbage. Um, I literally just told someone to pick me up at 10:10 tomorrow morning. Am I an asshole? Second question. When do you use an instead of a? The answer to your first question is no, you're not an asshole. I'm not sure why that would make you an asshole. Second question, when it's in front of a noun that starts with a vowel, you use an. An egg, an asshole, an igloo. You use a when it's in front of a consonant. Earth is flat. Prove me wrong. I don't want to. Earth is globular. Prove me right. They failed at that, but the exact same team was later used in Kennedy. Back in late 1959, Richard Nixon asked Howard Hughes to put together a hit squad to take out Castro. I see. So you think Nixon ultimately was behind the JFK assassination? It's not inconceivable. I know, but it's like, it's not though, right? It's got a bunch of self-indulgent, jazzy shit in the background. It's not concise. It needs an editor so badly, like a lot of Kendrick shit does. You know, Kendrick needs an editor. Prof needs an editor. Prof's the best rapper operating right now, just in terms of like doing the most interesting, fun, kind of skilled raps and stuff. But his songs are too long. He needs an editor too. Baby No Money does not need an editor, but he's not as, because his songs typically are short and sweet and to the point, and you know, they're designed to be a bop along listening experience. So I would also, you know, include among rappers worth noting people like Johnny, who's not really a rapper, but who does some rap parts in his songs. I like Johnny's rapping style because by and large it's kind of, it's musical, you know. Some of his stuff is more rappy than others, but like I like his more like sing-songy stuff, like I got rubber bands in my hands, I'm pushing 6 in my pants, I've been about half my advance, just trying to get you. You taste like warm apple pie. You said you're single, you lie. I saw them texts from that guy. Man, whatever. So love me. Don't give me love. Fuck me. Don't give a fuck. You can try to tell me, you can try to make me think that I'm the only one, but I know. You got a man. Just like Boosie said, ain't nobody playing Slim Shady in the trenches. Same goes for Kendrick, people. His music is trash. I mean, he's got some great tracks, you know. King Kunta is fantastic. Humble's fantastic. I Like Me is pretty good. Not Like Us is pretty great. Jordan or LeBron? I think Jordan. Shut up, Chaz Dooch. All right. Don't be such a Chad Dooch. I'm not changing my shirt. You know why? Because we were supposed to go out tonight, in which case I would have. Who's the baby? I don't know who the baby is. We were supposed to go play an open mic tonight, in which case I would have changed my clothes. But since we didn't, I'm in protest. I am wearing the same clothes. In protest of whom or what? Well, they changed the day on us without a notification. We're not really signed up to get their notifications. I don't know who that is, and Ancient Aliens is 100% factually accurate. Prove me wrong. I will prove you wrong. If it was really ancient aliens, then they'd already be dead. They're still alive. So it was really contemporary aliens. Dun, 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 dun. Who made the pyramids? Pray for President Trump. Dear God, could you please help President Trump have a good day today? Like that. Did I miss your take on the assassination too? I mean, I think it was what it appears to be, but I'm glad it wasn't successful. I'm sorry that at least one person had to lose their lives. Lose their life. I'm not sure. Maybe 2 people died. But it's not surprising that the Secret Service would get complacent after over 40 years without an attempt on a candidate. And it's unshocking that a 20-year-old with an underdeveloped prefrontal cortex would take their political passion to an extremist spot. It makes sense, conceivably at least, that the anti-sniper sniper, would have hesitated seeing how young he looked, which is what I think might have happened. But that's just speculation. Some people in America do support Trump chosen one. It's incorrect to say that that wasn't a joke. I was honestly saying, who's canceled Tenacious D? We are going to here on the live stream, but well, I think it was in the security perimeter. From what I understand, they delegated that task to local law enforcement. I mean, I don't know. We could speculate all about conspiracies and so forth. I'm sure people on both sides are speculating thusly. The left is probably speculating it was a false flag thing in order to generate support for Trump. The right are assuming that this was part of a larger conspiracy by leftists to get rid of Trump. I would suggest the following. If it were truly an assassination funded and guided by powerful people, it wouldn't have been done so poorly, right? They would have succeeded. That's my thoughts. So, you think what you want to think, and I'll think what I want to think, and that's all fine. And let's not argue and bicker about who killed whom and for what reason. Just be okay with the fact that we don't know and never will. All right, I'm going to make a poll here in a second so that you guys can participate. The poll is going to ask the following question. Who is the female Antonio Banderas? I'm going to give you 3 choices. Okay? See how you do. Thanks, 966. I appreciate it. All right, now here's the poll that I want to ask. Who is the female Antonio Banderas? You got 3 choices. Catherine Zeta-Jones. You've got Selma Hayek. Is that how you spell it?
Uh-huh.
H-Y-A-K?
I think there's an E.
After the A or before?
After.
Like that?
Let me see. I actually don't know. Someone has the spelling of it. E-K.
There.
There you go.
And Penelope Cruz. All right, start poll. Who is the female Antonio Banderas? The correct answer, by the way, is Catherine Zeta-Jones. But some of you might think differently. If you let's ask Gemini. Let's ask Gemini what it thinks. Okay. All right. So currently,
should I ask ChatGPT?
Sure, you could ask ChatGPT. I will ask Gemini and we'll see what they say.
Okay.
Who is the female equivalent to Antonio Banderas? There isn't a single.
Oh my
But
God.
Penelope Cruz comes up first, Salma Hayek
Oh my
comes up second, and
God.
Catherine
Oh my
Zeta-Jones comes up
God.
third.
All three that we've
Crazy.
been talking about.
Yeah, crazy. Wow, good job, Gemini.
Okay,
So,
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT.
Gemini also thinks I need to do a poll because it lists those three. I mean, if you looked at the pictures I showed earlier, you would agree that Catherine Zeta-Jones is more like Antonio Banderas than Salma Hayek is. Although both of them are good choices. Like, let me show you a picture of Catherine Zeta-Jones, and you tell me she's not the female Antonio Banderas.
ChatGPT, who's the female equivalent to Antonio Banderas?
Oh, hush-a-bush.
I don't have any information on a person named Antonio Barris. Could you please provide more context or details about who Antonio Barris is? That would help me understand and
Tell me that's not the female Antonio Banderas. It is. And guess who that is? It's not Salma Hayek. It's Catherine Zeta-Jones.
She's not even Mexican.
But she sure does look Mexican.
Mm-hmm.
Antonio Banderas, he might be from Scotland for all we know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Let me see. There is
Meow.
Antonio and
You guys, oh my God. Bruce Jenner is so brave.
he's Spanish.
Oh, he's Spanish, huh?
Yeah, Spanish born. And some, like, you've been really, like, very meowy lately.
Hi, Unknown Being. Not a whole heck of a lot is up at the moment. I'm about to pull some long rips, but I also need to get with that kitchen cleaning that I was going to be doing before I got distracted. I want you guys to help me think. Bruce Jenner is so brave. I want you guys to help me think of an image to ask Gemini to generate. As I came up with one before, which was a cartoon drawing of a gaunt man with a cowboy hat, haunted by bad memories. It came up with just an incredibly perfect drawing to express that.
Okay, who is Antonio Banderas? How do you spell his name?
You just say it again, I'm sure to get it.
No, I didn't. It's Banderas. Female equivalent.
Draw a cartoon of a busty, hot woman sitting on a black recliner looking at her phone. Okay.
Oh, so this ChatGPT says Penelope Cruz because Penelope Cruz is also a Spanish actress. And like Banderas, Cruz has successfully transitioned between Spanish and Hollywood cinema. Maybe enter like hair color.
All right, so I put draw a cartoon of a chesty woman who is sitting on a shiny black chair and who is looking at her phone.
Yeah, see, it doesn't.
I said draw a cartoon. Normally, if I say that, make a. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I don't have to type it all in again. I can edit this. Make a cartoon drawing. I'll put. Sometimes you have to work around there, like muggity meow. Okay, don't be like that.
Maybe because it's chesty.
Yeah, I'll put lady instead of woman. I'll have to edit it first. Wife looking amazing today, but goddamn, how are you, our majestic brother? I am doing so well. It's not working now. I don't know. Ramen lover needs your love so bad. Who's ramen lover? Hey, pumpkin pie, it's me, Jason. You left the pink unicorn gay bar without leaving me your number. This bar staff told me you stream on YouTube. You coming back out on Saturday? Yeah, oh yeah. I'm always at the pink unicorn on Saturdays. It's where I spend my time. Trolling for homos, you know. I can say it because I'm one myself. You know what has been consistently surprising now? I'm just there to chat, you know, with people. And these men, the pink unicorn, keep trying to like kiss me and touch me and stuff. I'm like, hey, I'm here because I'm not a homophobe, okay? Not because I want your dick.
Do you think that there are actors, like, do you think that Catherine Zeta-Jones is transracial?
I think her accent is.
Ah.
Sometimes she has a Welsh accent. Can you say the word bosom? Yes, you can. But probably Jim and I won't draw you a picture of
Yeah,
one.
I don't think, yeah.
Seems to be quite...
I can try on ChatGPT. Please.
Robert Blue,
And
I do not, in fact, remind you of that.
of
And you and your foreskin can just shut up.
figure woman sitting on a black couch on her phone while on her phone.
Hi, Zoe Nicole. How's it going? So, anyway, for those of you who weren't here for the earlier announcement of this same fact, Rich and I had planned to go to the open mic tonight. Got new 9-volt batteries for my guitar, got that fixed, was getting even transposed one of my songs into a lower key. So this is, according to ChatGPT, the ChatGPT makes images too, huh?
Yep.
This is Rachel, and this is the actual Rachel, except you can't see her on the phone. But pretend like you're holding a phone, Rachel. Pose like this lady.
Okay.
See it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'll just put this down here. Pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
Pretty good. They come between 3 and 5 skins. Zoe Nicole, are you a time traveler? We have people in the status quo who want to know if you're a time traveler. Namely, it is 966. So I'm going to get this, and I'm going to show you a little trick I've been doing lately. Something maybe you could try at home with your bong if you'd like. It's a helpful life hack. Don't you hate it when you're trying to pull a bong rip and you keep getting resin all over your lips? I do. I'm Andy Rooney. Well, I'm going to show you the solution right now today. It's going to cost you nothing to learn, so just come along with me. Who here believes that in time travelers? Anybody here believe in time travelers?
That one video convinced me.
I mean, it was well done, convincingly done.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's not actually a time traveler, but
True.
you never know. Could be. I
Well,
guess.
there's a lot of fake information out there.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to just.
Although I am convinced, I'm pretty convinced about O.J. Simpson's son.
That was pretty convincing, yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, normally if you were to say, O.J. isn't guilty, people would be like, that's insane. As somebody said yesterday, like, well, how do you explain the bloody shoe print? Well, it makes perfect sense if he's helping his son get away with it.
Yeah.
Instead of actually doing it himself.
Yeah, he could have been like, okay.
I'll be there. I'm going to help you figure this out.
Yeah, and then put all the stuff in his Bronco, and he's like, I'm going to take the blame.
And then send the kid away and figure, they're not going to be able to convict him of it because he's not actually guilty of it, right? All that stuff. So you put this over your mouthpiece, and then you won't get so much resin on your lips. That's the life hack. That's the life hack I have for today. I call it resin skirt. I should make this an invention.
You should.
Sell it as a monthly subscription.
Ha!
You go to Texas? I could say it's powered by AI. That's what everything is trying to claim nowadays,
Yeah.
If it were just powered by my natural intelligence, well, not good enough.
So wait, I forget. In that YouTube video that we saw about the Beatles, did she say that Yoko introduced John to heroin?
I don't think she introduced him to it, but he didn't start being like a junkie until she came around. Now look, I don't blame Yoko Ono for that. I understand that John was a fan of Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat.
Yeah.
He may not have roved with that particular drug on the regular before Yoko Ono. That's just because he hadn't attained good enough access to it yet.
Probably.
It's not like Yoko, pulled his hair and made him take heroin.
No. What type do you think she is? I don't think she's an INFJ. she?
I think she's an ISFP.
Oh,
Maybe.
she's very quiet.
I don't know. Something just says ISFP to me. I'm going to go poo now. So, I tell you what I'll get, though, to help with this process. I will get my glasses so that I can continue to read your very important chats while I'm pooing. Hi, bathroom sandwich. 966 is your favorite person? Bathroom sandwich? Well, how good for 966? Can we all share our favorite Bible verses? Sure. Mine is, and when they came unto Jerusalem, they found an inn and stayed there for 3 nights. And the daughter of the innkeeper was comely, and it was good. That's my favorite Bible quote. And it's meow, 30 meow, 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 meow. Or something equivalent. Come into the bathroom, it's fine. Come in here, it's fine. You're just going to have to look that direction, that's all. My favorite Bible quote is maybe, and then meow begat meow. I vote Cruz. You vote Penelope Cruz. I was watching a live, she was talking to a ghost. It was kind of creepy. What was more creepy, she or the ghost? We should all rejoice in the holy light and power of Jesus Christ. All right, well, that's not the command of this YouTube video, though. This live stream commands you to rejoice today in my vision. And who's me? I am Eric. Sashu, nice to see you. How are you doing? Apparently you're doing okay. Ephesians 5:22. Wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord. Rachel needs to up her worship game, obviously. The ghost turned on the flashlight? I thought ghosts could see in the dark. Well, I think that's why they're white, so that they emit a soft glow so they can see where they're going. Because, ghosts, I don't mean their race is white. I mean, ghosts don't have race. Ghosts are all milky, translucent white. You could say the afterlife is racist. Well, that 966 would depend on what kind of jujutsus you're studying. If you're studying ninjutsus, which require you to control the mind of other people, make them believe they're in an illusionary world that you spun as a fiction into their brains, well, those take a little longer. You're talking about taijutsus, which are just karate moves, basically. Those can be mastered a little more quickly. Sugar, bam, 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 bam. This is my jutsu, bam, 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 bam. Not your jutsu, it's your penis. is teaching me karate. Seems like I have to spend a lot of time touching your penis. You would be a grand champion of jutsus. Do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority over a man. Rather, she is to stay quiet. Wow. Fair enough. That seems totally fair to me. I don't think there's anybody who can complain about that.
Like I said, like I can't see like Miley Cyrus being like that.
What, submitting to a husband?
Yeah.
I mean,
She already tried to, and it failed miserably.
does it ever work? It's like there's no good way, no matter how traditionalist you want to be, for one member of a couple to be disempowered and have their thoughts and interests and concerns matter less,
Yeah, no.
There's no good way to have that happen. All right, so I got these all onto one side. Now what I'm going to do is put the clean ones from the dishwasher away. This one is still dirty. That plate, I should have washed it out before I put it in. I'm beginning to understand my dad's ways, I
Me too. My mom was always the same way about plates, rinsing them off before. Though I saw this YouTube that was based off of TikTok about a woman who's worked in like businesses where they fix washing machines and stuff and make them. And she said that there really shouldn't be any rinsing done, that you shouldn't rinse.
You shouldn't have to, or
Yeah,
what?
you shouldn't have to.
Well, but it's like that plate that keeps getting put in and still be dirty. It had a lot of like stuck on cheese and ketchup stuff, and I probably should have scraped it off.
Yeah, there are some things. I find when we make potato with cheese that it's not as clean.
Yeah, that's what that was, potato. So what we're doing now is we're putting these dishes away. And you're probably thinking, gosh, maybe I should put my dishes away. Go right ahead. Go ahead and put your dishes away while I'm putting these away. It'll make it a little less unpleasant on your end. And on mine. Misery, they say, loves company. Oh, sure, putting the dishes away hardly qualifies as misery. But it's more miserable than, say, ice cream in the park with Daddy.
You know what I want for the future?
What's that?
I want... So, okay, yeah, we load the dishes, but once they're done, for the dishes just to go in
Put
the
themselves
place.
away?
Yeah.
That'd be good.
And then also, I'd like some sort of zapper to zap away any garbage.
What you really wanted the zapper to get me to take the trash out right at that moment.
Oh,
I don't mind taking the trash
I'm not
out.
talking about you.
No, I don't mind taking the trash out, but I too would like to have that zapper that, as soon as it's full,
That's what
it zaps me to compel me to go put it
really? Yeah, but
outside.
do you think that it would actually compel you to?
No.
Yeah.
I think I'd take off any such device immediately.
That's why that device should just take the garbage out itself.
Yeah, but that's not a solution we're going to be able to engineer. For example, if we wanted the dishes to be put away, what you'd want to do is construct a kitchen in which every one of the cupboards that has dishes in it, when you close it, it has, you put them away inside a certain way. And when you close it, you can go, and then it turns into a little miniature dishwasher for just those dishes. And then, you know,
You're already.
of course, then it's like you're going to be needlessly washing. I mean, you start from one side, you get the clean ones, put the dirty ones in. When it gets full, you dish, you start running. You know, it's to be the same as this kind. This is a better idea if you're trying to save water or dishwasher runnings or whatever. But if you're trying to never have to think about moving dishes around, then that other idea is better. All right, let's put these away.
Miss Ashley says, Eric, you should make Rachel do that while you lounge like a king as per the scriptures.
Yeah, well. The thing is, I'm not really begrudgingly doing this. It seems like the thing I want to do right now, which is, it's something, but it doesn't require any thinking. And it's productive, but only at the most local level. Local productivity is always a little easier to attain because, you know, you always got a couple little house chores you could do or something.
I appreciate it.
Whereas global productivity is a lot harder to attain. Because in that scenario, you got to do something that's productive according to other people's metrics, not just your own. As you see, this is not too egregious, except for this falling over part. Pretty easy to do. You just put your dishes in their correct spot. So who here thinks Princess
Oh,
Kate, is that her name?
yeah.
Is dead? I think she might already be dead.
I think so too. When I first heard that she hadn't been seen, I was like, oh, that's concerning.
The thing is, even if she had died, what's the possibly going on that makes them need to cover it up so much?
Let's take a look at Getty Images or something because she was supposedly spotted at Wimbledon recently.
Really?
Yeah. So I want to see if it looks like her or not.
I'm curious as well. For those of you who haven't been following the story, I think a fair assessment of things concludes that Kate is in very bad shape and that you shouldn't be, in some way or another, and that you shouldn't put any credence into any of the existing stories about her. We have proof that the royals lied about her, plant false stories about her in the media on multiple occasions. Like, oh, here she is spotted at the shops, when it's definitely not her, you know?
because people would be...
Or here's a video of her explaining she has cancer, except it's a deep fake. It's not even that good of a deep fake.
All right, we definitely got to see. We got to see if those pictures from Wimbledon.
Yeah, check them out.
I'll go pull it up.
Stephen Knight, I might say that hi to your girlfriend. If first you say hi to my girlfriend, chlamydia. Okay.
And those deepfake videos and pictures, I really like that Getty Images was like, no, you can't actually post this on our website because they're not legit enough.
Right. Well, they're not legit at all, is the thing. The voice was AI generated, and the her face head was put onto some other person who was acting out that speech. Their body, who had a similar body to Kate. It's just, under what circumstances do you go to that kind of trouble to fake some shit, keeping in mind that whatever the circumstance, Kate couldn't even do the audio of it.
I don't know, this is so weird.
Because it had altered audio and altered video.
I mean, it looks like her, but it also doesn't look like it has a few. So weird. And she's always smiling, but it's not good. I mean, certainly it looks like her.
But here's the thing. Like, under what reality can you imagine saying, let's do a deepfake video of her giving this speech. She can't say the words of the speech well enough herself, so we'll AI generate her voice. We'll get an actress to say the speech, and then we'll replace the actress's face with Kate's and the actress's voice with the AI generated Kate's voice. And we'll release that to convince everybody that she's got cancer. Under what circumstances do you do that? Let's say she actually does have cancer. Then why wouldn't she be able to say the audio herself if it's not, unless it's cancer of the mouth or something, which is not. And more significantly, why bother faking it at all? Why not just release a statement saying she has cancer? Why didn't they just do that in the first place? The whole thing seems incredibly shady, and the attempt by the royals to cover shit up, and the way that the efforts that they took to lie, dissemble, etc., about what was going on with her, that makes me think, something that you don't cover shit up unless you have something to cover up, right?
Yeah.
Regardless, whatever else happens with Kate, I don't think we can believe a word that anybody tells us about it coming from those parties who have already lied on multiple occasions regarding her with different lies,
I mean, listen, I don't know. It certainly looks like her. And this is,
Does she have the scar on the side of her face?
I don't know.
It'd be interesting if that scar were gone, because it showed up in that one picture of her in the carriage.
Yeah, with the scar on her face. Can't see any scar here.
Well, and that one's legitimized by Getty Images.
Yeah. All
So
of these are.
that means it's actually her, I guess.
Is there a scar here?
Maybe she's got to cover it with makeup.
Maybe.
But, no matter how much it looks like her, even if it is actually her, 100%, you cannot blame anybody for refusing, for maintaining doubt in the face of whatever evidence they present that she's perfectly fine now, because the evidence they presented when in the past was just pure lies.
This is, I don't know. No, I don't really see any scar here. And, like, this is an old picture of her from when?
2021.
Okay, so this is an old picture from her 2021. And then this is her 2023. I mean,
Go back to 2021. 2023.
like, what's this?
I don't know, but I will say in both pictures she's got the same left eye bigger, right eye smaller thing going
Yeah,
on.
it looks like her.
Yeah. So I think that is her, but I want to know what they were covering up.
I want to know what they were covering up too. 'Cause
And
they were really trying.
Have her other two kids shown up in public yet?
So she showed up with her daughter. So here that's her daughter.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
that's good. That
But the youngest has not been shown out in public.
she looks fine. That's her that she's talking to in that other picture. Go close that one out.
Which one?
Close that. Right
This
there.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looks fine.
Yeah, she looks
The-
fine.
the
So
kid
then what
does.
the hell?
Well, I mean, the fact that their kids didn't appear in public for 6 months or something, it's not that big of a deal.
Is it not that?
Well, because even the Royals might want to keep their kids out of the public spotlight.
Well, maybe the kids want to stay out of the public.
Yeah, that's possible too. Have they admitted or said anything about their deepfake video? It's like they should be compelled to answer questions about that in one way or another. Like, okay, so do you admit that that video you released of purportedly Kate was completely bullshit
Yeah, what
deepfake?
is that?
I want them to admit that.
What the heck was with that? Why do that?
I have a feeling Eric and Rachel are deepfakes and they're actually actors in China. You might be right. I'm not interested in your royal family in general, but I was watching a video about like weird conspiracies of 2023 or something, or 2024, and this stuff about Princess Kate popped up. Hop at the couch on the cradle and the chocolate star. I don't know how to play that song or sing it. I don't really know it that well. Heard it before. You can kind of hum the melody, but it's not familiar enough with it to really execute it as a cover. What day is it? It's Thursday, that's right. We are going to sing for you. We will be singing for you a little bit later on. Can I sing Soft Kitty from the Big Bang Theory? I don't know that song. Here's a kitty for you, though. Hi, kitty. Meow. Oh, yes. What a good boy. What a silly boy, Von Billy Coy. Yes, Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. My OnlyFans is Eric at eric.nakedness.eric.onlyfans. .ooh la la. My OnlyFans is eric.oohlala.onlyfans.com. Favorite beer? Well, my favorite non-alcoholic beer is Bitburger, but I don't get that much up here, so I make do with a little bit of Klaus Taller. I get the Coors Edge, the Athletic. Back when I drank beer, my favorite beer was obviously Guinness. Everybody's favorite beer. If your favorite isn't Guinness, then what are you doing? You're not getting things right. I mean, it's not always your favorite. Sometimes you want a lager or an IPA or whatever. But a pint of Guinness, straight from the tap, can't beat that, man. I mean, maybe a black and tan. Half harp, half Guinness.
Have I told you that there's fish in Guinness?
I think you mentioned it before, but I had forgotten.
Oh, yeah.
I guess that.
I couldn't drink it because it has fish.
Oh, well, that's what must give it its delicious flavor. Just like how Hawaiian Ona barbecue, their macaroni salad is delicious. And the only reason it's so delicious, even though you don't normally like macaroni salad, is because it has tuna in it.
Yeah, it does make a difference, right?
Right, but then once you learn that, you're kind of like, but now I can kind of taste it. It's kind of like a gross idea.
Yeah. Black and tans were, I used to like black and tans too.
Can't go wrong with black and tan. Well, obviously YouTube decided that they don't need to promote Eric's channel any longer.
Yeah, they really don't.
They've decided that I can make do with 6 people just fine.
Yeah.
I have for long ass years, so I guess I can. I guess they're not wrong. But it is true that I'm more likely to end stream sooner when I have fewer people here. However, we're not going to end this stream until after either I or Rachel and I, depending on what she wants, will play some musics for you because I'm saddened by open mic blue balls. Thank you, 6 people, 5 people. Thank you so much for being part of the most important 5 people in the world.
Yeah, thank you.
Rachel, you're one of them. You're one of those 5, yeah.
That's right.
Not yet today. Maybe this evening. I'm not sure. I prefer to call it going to watch the submarine races. You're the famous 5.
Do you say the word synopsis like people say the word literally all the time? Or like that little kid always says apparently?
Synopsis?
Yeah.
So synopsis is synoptic, synopsis, and synopsis.
And basically the synopsis.
What I'm going to do here. What was I about to do? I was about to do something very, very, very important. You know what? Let's do right now. iPhone USB to aux hole adapter. Okay. This. Let's see. Which iPhone number do you have?
14 Pro.
14 Pro. Yes, that's right here. Okay, good. So, let's get.
What are the is it good that it has 4 stars?
I mean, you want to try a different one?
No,
I don't know, really.
I'm so like skeptical with those things. Sometimes they work and then sometimes they don't, but we can try. It's only $9, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's $7.91.
Well, it's not like any of them are particularly better.
No,
this one is a little bit better.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I see. Because it's kind of bendable.
And is it for your phone? Yes, 14 Pro. This is 14 Pro Max. 14 Pro. Yeah. Okay, let's get 2 of them. Buy now. Place my order. And Piao.
Yeah, we did it.
We did it. We went to the Mia and we got the Mia. Yeah, we did it. We did it. I want one of those maybe for my phone too, though. I guess we don't need it for my phone.
We can. Why not?
Well, let's see. Samsung Fold phone USB to aux adapter.
Yeah, they got it. Seems.
It does indeed. Seems fine. We'll get 2 of them. Buy now. I should have just added them to the cart. That's fine. Place my order. There. Now I got those adapters too. All right. Look at us go.
Yeah.
We're still waiting on the drapes to come in the mail.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, I rarely find ways to use it. Can't really cram it into casual conversations. Well, you can use it more than you think, perhaps, but you have to kind of be rude to the other person. Can you just give me the synopsis?
Yeah.
So anyway, I went to see. Can you just give me the synopsis? Just cut them right off and say that every time. You have synopsis syndrome? Melty. Who's Melty? Is Melty a live streamer? Somebody, how do you find him on YouTube? I want to know about this Melty fellow. I mean, doesn't everybody smoke pot? No, Eric, you are just filters. Chanel. How many subs does Melty have? Tell me how many subs Melty has. Good evening, William. I'm hooked up on modafinil, pregabalin, and clonazepam. I don't know what pregabalin is, but modafinil, you're going to need a little bit of clonazepam to take the edge off of that stuff. That stuff's really edgy.
What is that?
It's a non-amphetamine, keep you awake drug.
Oh.
But it makes you be on task and annoyed.
That's not good.
That's my experience with modafinil.
That's like when people take what do they call it? Stuff that makes you buff.
Steroids?
Yeah. You know, some people take steroids to help with their autoimmune stuff. Hey, William. And like my friend Patrick, he has an autoimmune disorder. Like, it's not really known what it is exactly, but for a while they suggested that he take steroids for it, and he absolutely had rage from it. I mean, it took a while for him to admit that that's what he was taking and that he had a problem, and he told me, he was like, yeah, I'm on steroids and it makes me so angry. And I'm like, yeah. I was like, yeah, it does. It was good that he noticed it in himself, because I mean, he was just like starting fights with everyone, like his friends, random people. And
you looking at me?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, they said that he looked like My mom said that he looked like
Well, Sashu says that it didn't have anything to do with that because they don't use those kind of steroids for autoimmune conditions. They use anabolic steroids. I mean, they use that kind of thing. Roid rage is associated with anabolic steroids, whereas autoimmune system stuff has corticosteroids. So he probably it was just like placebo. He assumed it was going to make him mad and it
so
did or something.
did. I
I'm
mean,
guessing,
I don't
yeah.
know. Maybe.
Or he could have been lying to you about his immune condition and actually was doing steroids to get buff.
Possibly. Possibly.
Did he get more buff?
No.
Sure, it's time to close the poll. Fine.
I really wonder now. I mean,
We'll give it an hour.
he's always admitted stuff to me. Like he wasn't like he might have omitted things for a while, but then like there were times where like he'd be like, yeah, I'm back to taking coke and stuff. Like he didn't really.
I get why you're not friends with your former girlfriends and stuff,
Yeah.
but why aren't you friends with them anymore?
I don't know. I just included everyone. I don't know. He was a disappointing friend. You couldn't count on him for shit. Like it just didn't make sense to me anymore for us to be friends. He said back to me, he was like, I don't care what you think, like you'll always be a friend to me. But like that never like followed through on that.
Well, because he was respecting you, you're cutting off.
Yeah.
Things, right?
Yeah.
Not that I want you to necessarily resume friendship with him because he's a dude, obviously. But
Yeah.
from what I understand, you were always just friends.
Yeah, we always were just friends. Me, Joe, and Patrick were always just friends. All of us, like me, Alana, Samantha, Joe, and Patrick, were always just friends. It was really nice because I learned a lot about a man's perspective when it came to certain things. And I appreciate it. You know, I kind of do feel bad about leaving things the way that I did with Patrick and Joe. Like Joe even said, he was like, what happened? Like we just had like a really nice conversation last week and now like you're cutting us off, and I was just like, I'm done with it. Like I just can't do it anymore.
But you were in a very probably. Well, I mean, you probably weren't completely sane at that moment because
No.
you weren't perfectly well treated by your previous medication.
Yeah, I think it was part of it, and I had made new friends. Like I had become friends with Jen at the time, so it was like.
Jen was horrible.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, maybe it was for placebo. It really was sad though. It was, even if it was placebo and he was like thinking, I don't know. He was nasty though. Nasty. I took Seroquel. I used to take Seroquel. It didn't. I needed something for my insomnia, and none of the drugs that they gave me worked. I needed to sleep to not be crazy.
You know what I would say, Rachel, just as an observation, seeing you this way at least, It's probably not a great idea to wear black while streaming against these black chairs.
Oh.
These kind of blend into it completely. I never really thought about it before. I'm wearing black pants today. I don't have that many things that are pure, straight up black. But just noticing that she just blends right into the couch. That's fine. Most of your clothes are black, then wear black. I'm really making a note for myself, I guess.
I'll try to think about it.
Your dresses generally aren't black.
I wore a black dress yesterday. I wear a lot of black.
Maybe I guess I just don't really notice.
Yeah.
I don't pay that much attention to what you're wearing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know who Melty is, but unable to figure that part out. I think I'll start another poll, a different poll. How about I ask this question? This is a good question. Why is this stream failing? Because it sucks. Some other reason. The thing is, I'm anticipating that if we get people who are sufficiently attracted by the poll to come and at least answer the poll before leaving, that those people are probably at about a 75 to 25% likelihood to say it's because it sucks. Because I think that's the correct conclusion to draw about something like this. He's live right now with 18 viewers. Sashu, can you put, or I use a moderator briefly, can you put a link to it? I'm kind of curious about other vertical live streams and how they engage with people and stuff. I was noting that when I was watching the premiere of this week's Y-Files video earlier, it had, the guy's not there, it's just a premiere, it's not a live stream, but people were super chatting. He was getting assorted super chats in a premiere that he wasn't even engaging with the chat with at all. And that's what happened. And he had like 16,000 people at the premiere. That's what happens if Shujinko the Weeb, what are we doing today? We're talking about various things. Did I see Mr. Beast's problem? No. Your stream rocks by the Y. Thanks, Shujinko. It may rock, but it doesn't behave as though it's rocking based on the traffic.
Is Mr. Beast's problem that people are doing deep fakes of him, like promoting and doing stuff? Because like I saw some YouTube that where he was there was examples of him being deep faked.
Huh. He was deep faked, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. It's true, there's new settings. There's new settings on YouTube that actually make it hard for small channels to get.
I mean, are they settings or are you saying are they changes to the algorithm?
The YouTube that I saw, it was settings. Like you have to go into your settings and like turn on all notifications or something. Like,
Well, that's not a setting for the channel, though. Now, let me see what this said there. Hold on. Setting 1 is, I believe, hmm. Allow. Huh. I'll have to look at that some other time. Looks complicated. A little bit, anyway. I'll have to watch that whole video. Does it really matter, Putty? The doings of rich kids, I mean. Mr. Beast's co-host is accused of grooming co-host that is a man who think he is a woman. Who is he accused of grooming? A minor, again, name, okay, against former co-host. Mr. Beast has broken his silence on the allegations of grooming a minor against his former co-host, Ava Chris Tyson.
Did she come out to say that she was groomed?
You're a bit fried, just a little. That's fine. You don't have to remove all those things. Just because I didn't read them doesn't mean I'm yeah. I'm going to look at it now. So this guy appears to be, what, in his car? I wonder what he's saying. He's got 17 people here, and he has 2,500 subscribers. So there's no, like, inherent... I don't know. Slothy Heads is live. But he appears to just be driving. Driving and smoking weed, I think. Well, that's fine. That's never hurt anybody. So, is it a dude who identifies as a woman? And I want to know also that if the co-host is accused of grooming a female or a male, regardless, I'm not worried about that stuff because I don't care about Mr. Beast.
Did you hear about the geyser going off in Yellowstone?
No.
Yeah.
What? It was like more than usual or something?
Oh yeah. It was like, I don't know if it was because of the heat.
Well, I mean, geysers are because of underground heat. Google News.
This was like a few days ago.
News.
Like specifically Yellowstone, yeah.
A hydrothermal explosion sends Yellowstone visitors running. Yellowstone's popular Biscuit Basin is closed for the summer after a hydrothermal explosion.
Yeah, Yellowstone geyser explosion sends visitors running.
What was the cause of it? Let's see. Why don't you just tell me what the answer is instead of making me watch a video? Let's see. What caused this explosion? pressure rapidly drops in a localized spot, it actually forces the hot water quickly to turn to steam, triggering a hydrothermal explosion. Since gas takes up more space than liquid, and this explosion can rupture the surface, sending mud and debris thousands of feet up, more than half a mile out in the most extreme cases. Wow,
Yeah.
that's quite a sight.
Yeah, it is.
I guess everybody's running away. You must have understood that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah. I mean, how big is that? That's so big.
Yeah, it's big.
Whoa, look at that.
It's a lot of geyser.
Yeah.
A little bit more geyser than they bargained for.
Yeah, I'd say.
All right, back here today into the main portion of the activity. No, I don't really want to do DoorDash or Uber. I couldn't even if I wanted to here because it's not a service that's available here. I am considering getting a job, still considering if they still have it available, getting a job at the Bootjack Market.
Yeah.
Which would be mostly for shits and giggles, you know. Just give me a little bit more regular structure that one can expect in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Social Blade has a way you can consult with one of their experts. I don't really want to do that because... hi, Poria Hassani. Next music, Reza Pishro Zeus. I'm not really listening to music at the moment. Hi, Squiggles. Welcome to America, California. Welcome to here, and welcome to you and your Iraqi ways. I'm going to play music at some point here. And that'll probably be relatively soon before I end up ending the stream, but not because I don't really feel like streaming or anything, but just there has to be a certain amount of engagement or basically a speed in the chat that's a prerequisite for it to sustain my interest. Okay, I said not right now, Portia. I could be like Herb's Element and live out of my Honda Element and drive across the country. Rachel and I are a little too comfort oriented for that, I think. I find it challenging to be in the car for long periods of time without starting to feel discomfort, like SI distress. Whatever you want to call it. I'm thinking I should probably make some long form videos and there are a lot of AI tools that make making long form videos potentially a lot easier now than it used to be. You could be like Drunk Koala and go on booze benders and live stream. I'm not going to do that. Can a one-eyed man drive in the United States? I do not know the answer to that question, but I will tell you there's no answer to that question because each state has its own driving stuff. There are some universals among them, but those are just commonalities. There's no, like the only way the feds can get the states to to adhere to the standards that the feds want for roads is by threatening to withhold highway funds and stuff. I think you're missing the point, Buddy Cat. It's not like I ever made any money from YouTube, so having less activity on the YouTube channel is not relevant to my decision making there. I am instead talking about what? Saying that it's less engaging as an activity for me when there's less going on in terms of people in attendance. The more people there are engaging with the stream, the more interested in the stream I am as a streamer, or Rachel is as a streamer. So back when there's a lot of action around the stream, I was very much enamored with streaming, wanted to do it kind of like all the time. Now that we're in the opposite phase of things, in other words, whatever YouTube liked about me for a little while, it doesn't anymore. English or Spanish says squiggles. He has the same picture as Trump does. So maybe they're similar. Who knows? Look up the Slayer. He plays pool, drinks beer, and collects donations and gives the money to pizza delivery people. Is he a streamer? I'll go pull up Melty again in a second. You great man says squiggles. Well, squiggles indeed. I hear your squiggles and I raise you a squaggles. It's nice outside, but I need to get my nicotine vape if I'm going to be walking around outside. It's nice outside. It's a lovely evening, and yet, you know, outside's not that exciting. So, like, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago, I'd never even heard of this Mr. Beast character. And nowadays, he's the number one name you're going to hear if somebody's talking about YouTubers, you know? So I do believe that if I were to make enough high quality long form videos about subjects or something, if the video is good enough and the subject's popular enough, then those videos will become successful. Of course, you really need to have a repeating format of some kind, right? If you want to thoroughly please the end user so that they actually make a point of watching each of your new videos. There's plenty of people I am subscribed to. Very few channels do I actually watch every one of their new videos. The Y-Files is one of them, but I don't, it suggested it to me, the premiere of the new one earlier, but I didn't watch the whole thing. I'll watch it later. You could dress as a woman and do tarot card readings. I am dressed as a woman. And this is my interpretation of a tarot card reading. Putty Cat, you get the Six of Pentacles. Sashu, I'm giving you the Ten of Cups. Everyone gets a tarot card. Let's see. Who's that person? Not Texas. I hope to visit America, specifically Texas. Well, then the tarot card you're getting is the Chariot. You know what they say? Everything is bigger in Texas. Do you feel your stream is failing? Yes. Well, the thing is, one feels one stream is succeeding or failing in large part based on how many people, what the top concurrents are. So, like, if your top concurrents, for me, if my top concurrents are in the 30s, if I'm going between the teens and the 30s, even, or then I'm feeling like, oh, that was a pretty good stream. We have a pretty good number of people coming through. It wasn't failing. If we have more than that, I'm thinking like, wow, that's a really good stream. And if you get to like 50 or 60 people, your peak concurrence, I'm thinking like, wow, that one really popped. Um, in contrast, if you're consistently under 20, like I am tonight, and have been for the last several streams, then you start thinking like, okay, whatever enthusiasm YouTube had for me, which it seemed to at one point, either because of it was promoting vertical streaming or because it thought, maybe the algorithm favored this channel more, and then they tweak something, and then it favors it less. Who knows what the reasoning is? But I feel as though it's failing compared to what I was doing just say a couple weeks ago in terms of numbers. So then the question becomes, is it failing ultimately because it sucks, regardless of whether I'm getting favored or not by the algorithm? If this were a good enough piece of media experience for somebody to really to get super enthusiastic about, then it would succeed on its merits, That the algorithm can't be that determinate on the matter that it overrides the ultimate advantage, which is quality, right? But it's possible also, though, that a channel might get so-called shadow banned. In other words, maybe because I had a couple of videos age restricted, and then instead of appealing those age restrictions, I deleted the videos. Maybe that triggers YouTube to getting out. It's hard to say. I mean, it's odd because I think that I have ample reason to conclude that there is some percentage of people who come around this stream and who become long timers, that they're sufficiently engaged here that they keep coming around for years regularly, So I know at least it has the capacity to attract that kind of an audience. But it may be the case that audience that meets that definition, that it's an extremely small percentage of the people, and accordingly, we're still looking at the same numbers now per live stream as I was looking at, say, 9,000 subs ago. So in the last 6-7 months, I picked up 9,000 subs, and for a while, I was getting views commensurate with that increased subs, but not for the last week or so, or a little bit longer even. So I think that they stopped promoting the vertical live streaming some time back, and I recognized a bit of a dip then that still afforded me periods of good numbers periodically, though. It was still a lot better than it had been before. Now this week, it's like this is exactly the kind of numbers I'd get a year ago. But that, keeping in mind that 10,000, 9,000 subs ago. The channel has supposedly doubled in size, but the views are the same. What? But again, instead of that, I would suspect that it would link to the plants being shown. But, same idea, right? I don't think the smoking, because I've been pretty reliable at smoking off of camera. And when I looked at the age restricted video, it didn't show me smoking as part of a problem. So I think might be the plants, You're from Fallujah, huh? That's hardcore. That's a hardcore place to be from. And it's not like I got removed from the algorithm, right? Hi, Ahmed. Nice to see you. Renan LLL says, I thought homeless were in New York. Are you saying don't go to New York? Oh, I see. Meanbird says, if you like the sight of homeless everywhere, come to California. Well, go to a city in California. Oh, sure. I mean, we've been smoking pot on stream forever. The thing is, we generally try to avoid smoking it on camera these days. But more importantly, I'm not concerned about shit that doesn't get age restricted. The thing is, when they age restrict, if I were uploading a video, a long form video, then they would ask me to self-report what kind of content is in there and if it violates any standards or whatever. When you live stream, you can't do that. When you get a video age restricted, my concern is that because that's them saying you should have age restricted this before you started it, even though I didn't. Just dropped in to say your thumbnail is either eating disorder, Thanos, or the worst face stretch marks ever. That image was an image made by Google's AI, what's it called, Gemini, and it was made in response to the following prompt. Create a cartoon drawing of a gaunt man with a cowboy hat who looks haunted by bad memories. You think it would be best for President Lincoln to return? And I'll show you the whole picture if you'd like. New group. You'll see it's quite a sight for sore eyes. Here it is. So remember, I said to Gemini, draw me a cartoon picture, because it won't render right now. Maybe it's down or busted or whatever. It won't render humans. This is the picture it gave me of a cartoon drawing of a gaunt man with a cowboy hat, haunted by bad memories. It might have even said, looking over a bleak landscape while haunted by bad memories. I think that's what it said. I think it did a pretty good job of rendering those words into a picture, right? I mean, how fast is that? A tall, gaunt man with a cowboy hat looking over a bleak landscape and appearing haunted by bad memories. Pretty crazy, huh? I don't know, man. I'm pretty impressed. Makes it very, very like feels very mean. Yeah, I understand how it works with long form videos, but you got to understand that the aesthetics, etc., for long form videos are very different than for shorts, or very different than for live streams. It sounds to me like those things are for long form videos. Thanks, KS. I wish me all the best in my future endeavors too. I came across your channel a few days ago for the first time. You were rude toward the end of the stream and noted that you were erratic the further stoned you became. Um, I, I think it's very unlikely I became further stoned. You know, once I've smoked a fair amount of bong reps during the day, it basically doesn't do anything to me. I probably was rude toward the end of the stream. I'm rude fairly often. I generally regret that, but sometimes not. Depends, you know. And erratic is one of those kind of loaded terms. It's like it doesn't really mean anything specific. And to the extent that you're saying I was like less fluid and consistent in what I was saying, that's much more likely to tie to lack of sleep than to being stoned. It's true that one should not continue streaming once one becomes too tired if one wants to function optimally. But if you're answering the question, why is the stream failing? Well, then you'd want to answer something else. Or I guess you'd say because it sucks. I can't tell which one that is. What do you think that qualifies as? Because it sucks or something else? And the point is, I guess those things might make it suck. I'm not sure. But you're right on this point. It's like it's more important not to turn someone off too much, because once you turn somebody off a bunch, they're not coming back. If they expect a certain level of interestingness out of you and you fail to provide it one time, people have a tendency to have a recency bias, right? And also to extrapolate. So they might end up saying, even if you just have an off night, they might end up, after watching that off night, saying, regardless of whether the overall data supports it, might end up saying to themselves, oh, this guy's really fallen off these days, even though it's just that one day or whatever. Or this guy's beginning to fall off. He's not interesting anymore. I guess I've heard it all before. When in reality, I'm just really spotty, hit and miss all over the place. That is not something that people like, and it's not something that people are particularly forgiving about. They will move on to something that more consistently gives them good feelings, So, yeah, the main thing I think regarding that larger question, like, that's a question of like, why does it suck? In other words, it's not YouTube's fault, it's Eric's fault. Really, that's what I'm trying to get out of the poll is, because it sucks is because, Eric, you're doing stuff wrong, off-putting, not good enough, versus some other reason, YouTube-related reason being something else, like, oh, because of the pot, because of the whatever. So regarding the question of why it sucks, or what makes it unpleasant to a viewer when it is unpleasant to a viewer, I'd say the number one concern that I have, that I actually feel a desire to change, and that I also think is a significant factor in why it sucks, is go ahead, Trouble. You can go inside. Is I want to stop being so condescending, smug, arrogant, snotty, etc. Sometimes I start streaming and I'm just venting my bad mood, taking on a nasty and unpleasant tone in order to vent my bile against people who are wrong and stubborn. People don't like me behaving as though I'm the gauge of all knowing. I do follow YouTube's community guidelines in terms of service, but the problem is live streams are a bit of a gray area, because Things that are expressly forbidden in live streams, I don't do. And I was fortunate, I think, to delete the video that the conversation I had with that guy from Compton, because that is one of the things they expressly prohibit in the community guidelines is just showing the inside of a dispensary. So the thing is, it's tricky with live streams because it's a gray area. You don't have to announce ahead of time what kind of content you're going to be uploading. You just indicate, no, it's not for kids. And you just find out later on that, oh, this one got limited advertising. This one got age restricted. Well, Matthew Hug, that's sort of true. I mean, look, I've been YouTubing for over 10 years, and it's always been a labor of love. It's not like I've ever made any money off of it. Not real money. And there was a time, not super long time ago, where I was very much resigned to, comfortable with, accustomed to getting numbers like we have right now in this stream for most of my streams, 9, 10 people or whatever. Sometimes 20, sometimes 5. I mean, that wouldn't be the cause of it, Mean Bird, because that, as best of my knowledge, that one wasn't age restricted. So I don't know. I mean, look, if it had been a nudity thing, then that would have gotten me a strike. I wouldn't just have gotten it age restricted. So accordingly, it's not that. I don't have any strikes. I don't have any warnings. I've deleted the age restricted videos, and I do adhere to community guidelines, etc. I'm not engaged in misinformation. I'm not engaged in hate speech. I don't live stream firearms, which is expressly forbidden. And, all the other things that they say. I'm not engaged in copyright problems. I'm not using AI faked videos. I'm not engaging in spamming. I'm not doing any of the various things they say you can't do. So probably the answer is it sucks, or, oh, why do I feel streams failing? Well, I'm just saying, compared against, there came a time around January where YouTube decided to promote vertical streaming. And during that time period, in the last 7 months, this channel's gained at least 9,000 subscribers. So in other words, doubled in size. Remember, the channel's over 10 years old, and I was streaming regularly all the time before then too. So what I'm saying is, when I ask that question is, why is it failing compared to then? Is it because in the absence of vertical streaming, it's being promoted actively by YouTube, that it simply doesn't appeal to enough people? And so this is where I ought to be, so to speak, because this is as much audience as I can garner with the quality of the content I'm willing to make and with my habits of live streaming, etc. Or is it some kind of punishment of some sort by YouTube because of because I had some videos age restricted, which means essentially they decided not to give me a strike because after all, it's a live stream and I didn't say in advance what kind of content it was, but something in it was either flagged by a person or automatically determined by a YouTube program of some kind to be only acceptable in videos for people age 18 and over. So my basic question is, has YouTube decided I'm too risky and so is even pulled further back from not promoting me into actively unpromoting me. In other words, am I at a 15% damper from where I naturally would be because they flagged me as dangerous in some fashion? And the thing that caused it was this change has occurred within the last week, right? If Putty Cat's saying to, I don't know if you're telling me that or not, but if you're saying go for quantity, not quality, uh, oh yeah, my shorts, I did fine getting plenty of subs and stuff by publishing a bunch of shorts when I did that. Uh, but if that were my only goal, I'm not really looking for a solution. I'm looking for a diagnosis. Is this does this have anything to do with YouTube shadow suppressing me because they think I'm risky in some fashion, or is it just me falling naturally back to where I land? YT Live Reviews says heart, heart, heart. That's a pretty good review. Peace be upon you. Tell me, Ashraf, how do you know Morocco? How do you know Morocco? Do I know Morocco? I know Morocco as a place of Casablanca, I believe is in Morocco. And it's like, North African plus Arabia plus a little bit of like Turkish style Europe. It's got kind of a confluence of different cultures. Hi, Smash 420. So hopefully that answers your question, Matthew Hug. Maybe I should start a new channel which I focus on just uploading AI videos, where I just come up with a script with AI and then have it clip it into slides videos. I'm doing fine. What about Bohemia dark beer? I've had Bohemia before. Or is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, I think I have had it. I'm not going to pick up drinking. I quit drinking over 10 years ago, and I'm not going to start up again now. I've got a lot of time invested into not drinking. Believe me, you wouldn't like it if I did start drinking. I'd just be sloppy and you'd be worried about me. I'll tell you what I will do in a little bit, though, is I will play the guitar. And the thing is, what Mean Bird talked about there was this one night when I was kind of sleepwalking, I guess. I'm going to remove that just because I don't like to remember that. But that was after staying up all night doing mushrooms, so it kind of made me feel in the aftermath like, oh shit, like that kind of not in control stuff. I haven't experienced that really much since I quit drinking, but that's the kind of thing that you experience when you drink. If you drink like I drank anyway. Never, ever in a million years did smoking weed make me go, oh my God, what did I do last night? Or something like that, Cheers. Actually, in any ways what? And Liebert. I like that expression. Actually, anyways, and ampersand. Actually, in any ways, we therefore nevertheless. Seems like a good saying. Can I twerk? Can you twerk? Can you twerk? Yes, I can. I not only can I twerk, but I was voted world's greatest worker 3 years running. How many conjunctive adverbs can you come up with? I've given you 2 so far. Therefore and nevertheless. What is a conjunctive adverb? Well, a conjunctive adverb is a word that forms the bridge in a compound sentence, such as I went to the store, semicolon, therefore, comma, I was not home when the mailman came. What's the worst thing you regret doing when you're drunk? Uh, Nothing really. I embarrassed myself a lot. I didn't I didn't kill anybody. I did get into a drunk driving accident once when I was very young in Mexico, but I think it was a fairly low speed drunk driving accident. I'm pretty sure everybody was okay. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I got lucky. You know, the drunks and babies. The luck of drunks and babies, I think they say. Like only drunks and babies can fall out of a moving car and be fine. The Garlic King, I have no idea what that says. Is it Morse code? Oh, it is Morse code. Dot dash dot dot dash dot 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 dash. I don't know how to talk Morse code, so maybe people do not like your mods. No, I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's primarily just probably a lack of consistency, you know? Like I said, if you if you're sufficiently off-putting, people won't give you another chance, even if they had been hanging around for a while. I mean, my mods don't typically over moderate at all, you know? Chillin says smoke weed and eat magic mushrooms. I don't have any magic mushrooms. I'd tell you mine, but it's too graphic. You tell me your what? Oh, the worst thing you regret doing when you were drunk. Well, Ann Liebert, I can imagine that it involved at least one penis. I'm fine, Smash 420. That sort of question you don't want to ask your wife or girlfriend. What's the one thing you regret doing most when drunk?
Me?
No, I'm saying that's a question you should not ask your wife or girlfriend. Ideally, your wife or girlfriend doesn't even hear you say that, because then she says, "Oh yeah, no," which just can.
Sorry. I mean, I don't. It's a dumb question to ask.
Right. I wasn't trying to. I wasn't
Oh.
thinking you were gonna hear it.
Oh.
I was. Somebody here asked it, and I said,
Oh.
"Yeah, that's a question you never want to ask your wife or girlfriend."
Sorry, I agreed.
Yeah, that's okay. Shit happens. I don't want pet chickens. What's my vision? I don't really have a clear vision. I don't really believe you should rejoice in my vision. I just was hearing in my head the song, a friend of mine who wrote that song, Rejoice Today in My Vision. Have I ever sniffed glue? Not really. Not for the purpose of, not for the purpose of, well, I'm going to assume, and that basically what you're saying is you participated in a bukkake. Fair enough. That is something to regret when you sober up, I imagine.
I don't have anything. Like, I regret being like so like passionate about something stupid. Being like, no, 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 listen to me. That's what I'm embarrassed about.
You regret embarrassing yourself?
Yeah.
Do you regret getting a DUI?
No, I don't actually. Because I would have kept on doing it, and like, who the hell knows what would have happened. That was a good lesson, actually.
Fair enough. Things I regret in my life actually don't seem to have anything to do with drugs or alcohol, really.
Yeah.
You know, it's things like I regret cheating on my first girlfriend. I regret not doing a better job with my dad before he ended his life.
Yeah.
Well, and see, that's one of those things, Putty Cat, that makes me think it's not just, it's something other than just the stream. Because when Rachel streams, we have equivalent numbers of late. And I'm not, but see, I don't know enough, right? Like, if you're going through the shorts feed and this stream pops up as a thing that you might look at, does it show the thumbnail or does it show what's going on in the moment during the stream? If it shows the thumbnail, then I should just take a picture of Rachel every time, because obviously people are going to be more drawn in by the thumbnail of Rachel than of me. But
Let's go. On my shoe. Let's go.
alcohol poisoning does suck.
Yeah.
It shows what's going on in the stream at the time. Okay, well then, if in fact it should, if then we should see more people coming in when Rachel's streaming than when I am. ODing on any drug sucks, I agree. For sure. Alcohol is one that you're more likely to overdose on than most, for most people, because it's a legal drug, and in one's youth especially, one can have a tendency to be all like chug chug chug, but at least it's not as deadly as like fentanyl or something. No, I didn't watch it yesterday's show media. It doesn't mean I won't give it a shot at some point. I just have to be in the mood for a movie. There's sometimes when I'm in the mood to watch something, there are a few different things I might be in the mood to watch, right? I could be in the mood to watch a new episode of something that I'm watching, such as Naked and Afraid, Last One Standing Season 2, which Rachel and I are watching together. It could be an anime from the current season that I'm watching. It could be what else do I watch? Episodic shit like that. Well, Netflix usually doesn't have many things that come out week to week, but they do have a few. Anyway, it could be that, or I could want to watch, like binge watch an episodic show, or I could be down for a movie. That's a little different, right? It's like I never really feel enthusiastic about watching a movie, but sometimes I'm down for a movie, and then that can be great. Um, or I could want to watch YouTube, which is a different experience than any other kind of watching experience. You kind of just jump from recommended to recommended, making a queue. So it just has to be one of those times where I'm down for a movie. I don't like One Piece. I've tried it and tried it and tried it. Hi, Cruel Empress. I don't have any firm opinions about westerns one way or the other, I guess. What butt cheek do I want you to kiss first? The right or the left? Split the difference. Split the difference and kiss the crack. I swipe down and there's an Asian woman wearing skimpy clothes just dancing, and she has 1.3K views. Yeah, if I show other content here on this, then then I'll get copyright problems. Depending on how much or what kind of content, it could be as much as even them shutting down my live stream right that second. And so if I wanted to get a bunch of views of shorts, Rachel, could you stand up and I can explain this idea of mine I have? It would be like, you can't expressly be all sexy or whatever. It's got to be educational in some fashion.
Yeah.
So I'd put it like, this, and then she'd be like, "Is this $80 shirt really better than this $8 shirt?" And both look kind of the same. She tries them both on, and she goes, "Frankly, the cheaper one's even more comfortable." And then that's it, right?
Yeah.
It's like a 10-second long video, but it's got her chest is central in the frame, right? Then I could get shit tons of shorts. I clicked on one myself today that showed purportedly educational about some Polynesian native culture, but it was a picture of a young lady who had her hair down over her not shirt covered chest, just so that her hair was covering the top parts of her boob. And then the video was just somebody going around her with the camera showing her wearing this full native garb outfit, right? If that were just a girl like in a bikini bottom doing that, YouTube would have a problem with it because it's not educational in any way. It's just sexualizing that person.
Well, I found that Magi email that tells me that you're too good for me, basically.
Oh. You can read it.
Saved it.
If you want to read it, you could.
Really? What?
If you want to read any parts of it, you could read it to the live stream. If you don't, that's fine too. I have one child, the Garlic King. She's 25. She lives in Los Angeles. Am I good at reacting to stuff? I mean, I unavoidably do react to everything that is simulatorily volatile enough, I guess. I just saw the skimpy Asian woman. People are actually tipping her money. And so the point is, she's dancing, right? She's not being overtly sexual. She just happens to be wearing what she's wearing. Yeah, a crop top.
So innocent.
A crop top and these Daisy Dukes. Yeah, I do eat magic mushrooms regularly, but I don't have any at the moment. I have just a question: are there any driving distance dispensaries where I live? I live about 45 minutes from the Indian weed store, which is called Tribal Flower Company, and about 45 minutes to an hour from, more like an hour, I guess,
Yeah.
to the Merced dispensaries. We live in Mariposa. It's fine. We don't like staying on topic around here, Ann. Okay, topic staying is for Miggity Million.
Okay, here's what the woman had to say.
Charts are below. Magi does not give interpretations for the sextiles or semi-sextiles because they are minor aspects, but they are benign. Magi also does not look at house overlays between charts or the lunar nodes, and those are things which are significant in your overall synastry. Unfortunately, all I could say about the relationship is beyond the scope of what you ordered, but if you ever want to dig in deeper by phone or Skype, we can. But here is my summary. Based on his Saturn conjunct your North node in your ATH house opposing your South node conjunct your Saturn in your 2ND house, you and he have some serious karmic lessons that may revolve around money and control support loss around money together. If you and he are with other people and thinking of leaving others to be together, and if it does happen that you do and he has an existing wife kids, this can be a tough aspect to have between the two of you when it comes to what you will have together in terms of $sign and what you may gain from the relationship down the road. If large amounts of money are on either side and you are thinking of marriage, you may want to get a prenup or be very clear on $sign. If you and he are and have been married and considering divorce, or if you marry him and later want a divorce, basically, he owns you in terms of chart connections and you may have a hard time divorcing or getting fair share. If he is your actual boss, remove yourself from the workplace before getting
Pause
involved.
it.
So
Can you
Saturn
pause it?
opposing Saturn and values money, sex.
So, isn't this a person that you asked them to read your chart?
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't they ask you a few pieces of information beforehand, like, so it's not contingencies like, if you guys are currently with other people and are thinking about leaving one another to get with each other, that wasn't the case with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
When did you get that thing made?
2020.
So was it, how long had we been together for?
19 actually. 11/7/19.
So that was, we'd only been together for like 2 months.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, that wasn't ChatGPT. The thing is, ChatGPT doesn't. You're not always engaging with ChatGPT in terms of it providing you factual information anyway. This thing's already making me mad because I don't like the way that it has a bunch of contingencies that don't apply to you.
Yeah, and then she also says in it, Magi astrology doesn't take into consideration lunar nodes, which is the top and the bottom of the moon has they're called the nodes. She reads the nodes anyway.
Well, Rachel, I gotta tell you something. I got some kind of shocking news for you. Mm-hmm. Astrology is all bullshit.
I know.
So that kind of explains your problem there. No offense to those of you out there who love astrology. What's my record for non-alcoholic beers in a day? I don't know. I don't count them. In an alternate reality, would I ever have a bisexual orgy? Probably not. It would be an alternate reality, so I mean, who knows? If you ascribe to some multiverse understanding of things, there's some universe somewhere where every possibility is realized. But, well, I think all of us should agree to, regardless of what we think of astrology, that none of us should believe in astronomy. That's not actually up in the sky. Moon. As if it's only the ground. Everything else is an illusion. I was thinking more about that person who, thinking more about that person who came in yesterday, I guess it was, and they're all like, I can prove you wrong about everything. Let's have a video debate about it. And I'm like, okay, well, what do you want to prove? What do you want to prove me wrong about? He says, you choose. And I'm all, no thanks, you know. And he's like, well, I can't stand to face a dissenting opinion. And I'm like, no, I want to face your dissenting opinion. That's why I asked you what it was. You can't say, I want to talk to you and prove you wrong about something when you can't even articulate a specific thing you disagree with or that you want to prove me wrong about. Anyway, who knows why this person would. I guess it's the technique they use to get on, have video conversations with people or something. But it's strange that they couldn't come up with anything. At least they realized I'd caught them. I don't know. And for a lot of people, it's not that easy to come up with a bunch of stuff, so. That's so manipulative, you know? Like, oh, I'm going to try to be all, you're wrong, I can prove you're wrong, now let's have a video conversation. But I don't need to articulate what you're wrong about at all, or how you're wrong, or how you're going to disprove what I'm saying. What horribleness. What a horrible thing. Sorry, I'm a freaky Scorpio like Joe Biden. You're a Pisces, says unknown being. I'm a Taurus. Hi, goof alert. Goof alert. I'm going to advise you to have yourself a nice, refreshing time out. Become a First Amendment auditor. What's a First Amendment auditor? I'm not looking to change this channel, right? I'm not looking to not fail. I'm looking to answer the question of why I fail. Because I'm a TI user. I'm not interested in solutions because I'm not admiring problems. I'm seeking explanations because I want understanding. Again, that is prescribing an action to solve a perceived problem. But that's not what I'm saying. I did one of those, Pretty Cat. I don't like that kind of video. I don't like, you know, those people just go to their job, you know. And totally depends on the government office and their order of things too. My local government offices around here, they are representative. The people who work there and the business that they do there is representative of the community in general. It's what government is when it's best. You've got a small population. In this county, there's not that many people. And here we have only county level government, and you've got, accordingly, a meaningful voice for the various members of the community in their own governance because they aren't one of 500,000 people or whatever. And additionally, the community, because of the small population, can have a fairly clear and consistent identity without having to incorporate into its understanding of itself too many different perspectives. So I wouldn't want to subject my local government officials to that kind of stuff. I wouldn't have a problem with filming, say, a county supervisor's meeting, but I wouldn't want to bother them. In general, I make exceptions for certain journalistic purposes, but by and large, I don't believe in making others unwilling participants in my creative endeavors. Specific public officials that need to be held accountable, obviously, different story. And that's the kind of journalistic stuff I'm talking about. But some random Joes working at the meow office, they don't need my hassle makings. And I'm not that much of a Karen anymore. No, I'm pretty nice. I did not say anything of the sort, Putty Cat. I did not say that. I'm saying simply that my low density population rural community that is notably, I would say, quite anti-development, has a county level government that does a pretty damn good job. Sure, it's a county that incidentally happens to be, say, pro Second Amendment. That doesn't mean it's conservative, okay? It just means it's got its own unique flavor of community politics here at the county level that, like me, defies classification. What is my favorite shoe brand? I like these shoes I'm wearing right now. I don't know what the brand is, but this is it. I'll show it to you right now. These shoes are great. Pia, Piao, Pee, Pio, Pew, Pia. What do you think? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. You know. When you talk about local politics, right, it becomes, what I'm saying actually becomes kind of clear. On the local level, there's no conservative, liberal, or whatever, right? It's just, like the biggest issue around here of late, there are two big issues. Funding for the county hospital and the hospital board of administrators and their mismanagement of shit. And then the other big issue has been the attempt by Terramore to develop KOA campgrounds on 2 lots in Mariposa County. So naturally, those kind of issues aren't Democratic issues or Republican issues. A libertarian would say, well, of course they should be able to develop it however they want. It's their property. I don't agree with the libertarians in that regard. I want my county to stay how it is. That's why I moved here, because it's got 0 stoplights in the whole county. Why? Because very anti-development. Many communities, counties, whatever, get suckered in by the so-called promise of increased tax revenues, more jobs, whatever, and economic development. This is a rural agricultural county, and it is dead set against that. Is that conservative? Is that liberal? It's neither. It's just whatever it is. That we don't want the hospital board of administrators to mismanage their funds. Is that conservative, liberal? It's neither. It's just, anti-retardation. Like we had to get the septic tank at the other house fixed. We had to get a permit from the county for the work to be done. Is that conservative? Is that Democrat? Neither. That's just fucking, code shit. Making sure you're up to code. Because anytime property changes hands, anytime you do something new, then you're gonna have to deal with the fact that, oh, this was made way back when using this cascading system that we don't use anymore because it has these problems. It needs to be refixed into the contemporary way. That shit happens, I'm not necessarily sure I am opposed to that, even though I don't think anybody wants to have to pay an extra $300 for the county to come out and say, okay, it's now up to code. Yeah, and inspect the work site and say, yes, you can work here. But I get it. There's no other way to enforce codes except to have a county guy drive around, because you can try to get it done without a permit, but if the county guy drives around, catches you doing that, getting that work done there, and they conclude that it was the kind of work that needed to be permitted, then you could get in trouble or something. So that's actual government, and you'll note that it's not conservative or liberal. You might say that the county is fiscally conservative, but it just means that the county doesn't spend beyond its means. That's what all government should adhere to, and that everybody should agree with. It's not conservative or liberal, it's just being sane. Oh, hell no, we don't want it. And nobody wants any of that shit in their neighborhoods. No. No, thank you. Everybody's being a racist every time they disagree with anything I say. Okay? Stop being a racist. You can't disagree with me. If you do, it's straight, unadulterated racism. Sean Geisbrecht, hello. Hi, Sean. Pleasure to see you. May all of your Christmases be right? White. May all your Christmases be white. Yes, that's what you mean. Well, I mean, I don't want low income housing in my neighborhood because the expensiveness of my neighborhood is a barrier to entry that prevents riffraff from moving in. I don't want to remove that barrier. You might say it's richest, but certainly it's not racist. I mean, I call it being sensible. If you move into an expensive neighborhood, you do so in part because it's better than a cheap neighborhood. And accordingly, one of the barriers to entry for an expensive neighborhood is having sufficient money. If you don't have sufficient money to live in that neighborhood, then there are plenty of other neighborhoods for you to live in. That's what the Democrats where I live are calling people that do not want low income housing next to them. Well, they can call them that all they want, but you know, put the low income housing in the low income neighborhood, obviously. Why would people who are getting subsidized housing deserve to live in the better neighborhood when their low income contemporaries who are entirely supporting themselves have to live in the shittier neighborhood? Should be the other way around, right? Once the low income people are entirely self supporting and the shittier neighborhood start becoming more than self supporting, getting a surplus and stuff, start getting enough money, then they're going to move themselves out of that neighborhood to the good neighborhood. How horrible would it be if fucktard cut in line, not self-sufficient at all, and moves in and fills that housing spot, that house spot in the nice neighborhood when the deserving person then can't get into it? That doesn't make any sense. So, and if they're talking about like high density low income housing, like apartment complexes and stuff, well, obviously I don't want any such thing in my single family home neighborhood. Why would I? I'm not incredibly stupid. I chose a neighborhood that has single family homes in it with nice places to live, nice families and stuff. And I don't need some organization to interfere at all. You know, the status quo mechanisms of determining who lives where are fine. I don't want to provide any low income housing for anybody. Why should anybody want to provide anybody any free housing? It's stupid. It's like people don't think of it in the right terms. Well, instead of thinking like, oh, but do those people deserve disability or not? Think to yourself, okay, so from now on, I have to give $2,000 plus a month to that person out of my earnings. Think of it like that instead, and then see how great you feel about it. You know, see how much you want to support those poor disabled people when instead of it coming out of your taxes in some vague way, right? That instead, with disability, they should have it be like, okay, taxpayer Z142, you are the sponsor of disabled person, meow. And when they get their check, you need to write the check and address it, right to them and send it to them every month. You are now legally obligated to do that. That way, both the disabled person and the person writing the check understand what's happening. It's not hidden behind a veil of bureaucracy, No, Buddy Cat, listen. I do understand that it is of value to try to sustain, in some way, shape, or form, a minimum bottom. But look, nobody in the country is really in favor of wealth redistribution, because there is no such thing as wealth distribution. It's only statistically is there distribution. There's no distributing body that distributes, though, right? And I think that's what people don't understand. I mean, I also agree that housing prices are extremely inflated, and that and that and it's a problem. It's a problem because it's a good investment, right? To buy houses and either wait for them to appreciate and then sell them, or rent them out as income properties. It's a good investment. So I would suspect, I don't know what the numbers are, but I would suspect that a majority of the homes owned in the country are not lived in by the person who owns them. Well, I think the reason Democrats are on the tax the rich thing is because it plays well to those who feel as though wealth inequities are a significant problem. But, there's a certain segment of the population that views getting rich as somehow crass, and that views corporations as bad because their engine is profit. So the key thing to do regarding everything is to get the message out in a way that includes those people. It allows those people to be receptive to the message as well. And in that regard, I think the key thing is to remember that, number one, distribution is something that occurs in a statistical sense. We can measure how much this percentage of the population has of the total dollars in the country, or whatever, total wealth. And that's all well and good, but it's important to remember that nobody is distributing it. So you cannot say that it's been distributed unfairly. Okay. Number two is to convey the idea that every American should be able to attain a high standard of living with genuine effort and hard work, and sensible spending, investing, saving, whatever, that kind of stuff. A combination of those things. Everybody in America should be able to attain a decent standard of living and more so that they can have some kind of upward mobility. In our status quo economic situation, we've got a, we have lost all the cushion we had in terms of standard of living for people who are, say, lower middle class, who once had a pretty good standard of living, all things considered, even if they weren't making that much money, compared against historical poor or absolute poverty and relative poverty. The fact that they were so much poorer than the richest is something that creates envy, but isn't relevant if the bottom has a high, not the bottom, but the medium bottom has a relatively high standard of living compared against, I guess, their parents' generation. Probably would be a good comparison. So what we need to do then is not redistribute a bunch of wealth. We want to continue growing economic opportunities for everybody to the extent that we can. And we want to attain maybe increased currency valuation. I wouldn't mind seeing some deflation at this point. It's not generally good for the economy because people tend to lock down their resources into savings accounts as simply waiting increases the value of it, right? Or other kind of long-term lockdown investments. But I think a little deflationary pressure would do us some good, which means I would say let's stop quantitative easing for 6 months or something. Where did I come out of? I guess it was over there. So it's conceivable that the U.S. would be well served to engage, and you're not going to hear me talk any pro-protectionist kind of stuff very often, but it's conceivable the U.S. would be well served to engage in some kind of moratorium or limiting of the amount of property that non-citizens can purchase. Because if you've got a bunch of investors from China or wherever buying a bunch of housing in the U.S. and just maybe sitting on it as an investment, not wanting to hassle with being a landlord and taking it off the market, then you're going to have a big problem. I mean, look, wealth distribution is best done when it's just equal direct cash payments to every citizen or every qualifying citizen, like by age, by demographic in some way, not by means testing. And when that occurs, it tends to have a net benefit on the economy. Okay. That's not generally how wealth redistribution is done. Instead, it's done in the worst possible ways, with means testing, with in-kind benefits. Food stamps isn't such a terrible program, but even so, any kind of that kind of shit incentivizes poverty because, like, food stamps is means tested, so that's going to be incentivizing poverty. You're going to be stuck not wanting to get out of that earnings bracket because if you do, then you'll lose your food stamps and it'll be a net wash for you. More work means more money, but it's a net wash because you lose that much in food stamps, right? Why do you say it's failing? Well, what's failing? I mean, it's the case that social programs that include in-kind benefits or means testing it's well established at this point that they're on balance harmful to the poor, the economy, etc. Yeah, let's take a rip. There might be other kinds of government programs that are not harmful, but I would say, food stamps is the least offensive of these harmful ones. Yes, it's means tested, but it's not in kind benefits. The supermarket doesn't lose any business. The government's not giving people free food, etc. Are you referring to the poll on this thing? Oh. No, it doesn't. Well, some other reason. 55 votes in an hour. It's not very good. Not very good action on my poll, but that's fine. I will end this poll. We could begin a new one, but before we do, let's follow Smash 420's wise advice. The thing is, if you wanted to have a reasonably, well, it would probably be reasonably efficacious and not and incur comparatively few costs slash harms when compared against the status quo anyway. If we were to have get rid of all the existing tax structure at the federal level, replace it with a national sales tax, set it at what you want to set it at, so that you get equivalent amount of tax revenues. That's going to be much more actually progressive because a much greater percentage of the tax revenue is going to be from the richer people because they necessarily can afford to consume more. And with things being super expensive nowadays, it's especially so that only the rich can really be that consumptive. Well, the thing is, Jackson there's no great way to tax people. So an income tax is bad because it creates the following problems economically. It creates a parasitic industry that saps away a certain amount of money from either people or the government, depending on how you look at it, called the tax industry, because of a progressive income tax, right? You got to understand all the harms of progressive taxation. Who pays the least in taxes? People who are not earning money, but are just making money from investments and stuff like that, brokering deals and such. They can either pay a capital gains tax rate of 15% or something, or a corporate tax rate equivalently, depending on how they structure shit, right? And with a few write-offs, all of a sudden, they're really doing swimmingly. In contrast, if you are receiving a salary or wages, that gets taxed according to income tax rates, which can be quite high. So it's like, it's the case that every NBA team owner pays much less in taxes, percentage-wise, than any of the major sports athletes that he pays, even though obviously he's got way more money than the people he's paying. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pay them all. So, no, there's no federal sales tax. I don't know how much it would be. It might be reasonably high, but I don't think it would be that high, Jackson, because you got to remember, people continually are buying things all year long. If you include food in the things that are taxed, then well, you're getting rid of the income tax, but you're going to have taxes being paid to the federal government on every single economic exchange occurring. We'd have to run the numbers and see, we'd see what it would look like. But I suspect that if you had a federal sales tax that earned meow percent on every single economic exchange that occurred in the country every day, all year round, that would actually end up producing a lot of revenue at a fairly low percentage. I could be wrong. Canada's more steeped in progressivism than the US, but I would hardly call them socialist. The thing is, generally speaking, we are all well served to have very low tax rates. Given how many people there are and how many different ways and instances in which fees and taxes are gathered by various government bodies. And I'm not saying that your federal sales tax would get rid of state and local taxing approaches. I would leave those unchanged. Obviously, I wouldn't have any control over that, regardless of what position I were in. But I'm just saying, in an ideal world, okay? So, if we were to get rid of progressive taxation, we could get rid of the IRS. We could get rid of Social Security taxes. We're going to have to figure a way to wean the society off of Social Security one way or another. We could get rid of the entire tax industry. No more H&R Block. No more blah, 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 right? Puttycat, you don't need to worry about who I'm voting for. Okay, I understand that nobody is worthy of my vote. I'm going to apply a universal rule. The universal rule is this: for every citizen voting, they should have confidence that the person they're voting for is better at the job than they themselves would be. I have no such confidence about anybody, so I'm not voting. I understand that, Puttycat. I get it. The Democrats typically push for, more government solutions, which requires more government funding. The Republicans typically push for smaller federal government and tax cuts and stuff. That those are normally how it works. I'm not a fucking idiot. I understand that. Duh. There's a bunch of trade-offs, right? Republicans have their own bullshit that is ridiculous. No, I'm not voting locally because I trust my neighbors to vote. And the same rule still applies. If I cannot have a candidate available to me that I believe will do a better job than I would do, then I should not vote at all. I should run. And I'm not going to vote until I do run. Yeah. When's the last time you got any government services from the federal government? The last time my family did was when my mom got some free hospice shit from the feds that turned out to really just be this public-private partnership that really just turned out to be these private companies that milk the federal government for payoffs for hospice care provided while meaningfully doing nothing. But, Sean's right, Puttycat. At least, we might object to defense spending, but we can look at the things that it buys. it buys tanks and airplanes and uniforms and Navy boats and stuff like that. When we have things like Medicare or the hospice plan that I advocated back in high school when I was a debater, which seemed like a good way to lower costs, but really what they should have done is just create the hospice status without any funding. Essentially just cutting off people from endless hospital visits covered by Medicare and forcing them to go into the status hospice at a certain point, in which case they're not entitled to that anymore. But in order to sell it, they had to compromise, right? They had to compromise with some people who were like, well, you have to give them some services too. And so now you've got this, hospice theater provided by companies who prey upon the taxpayer by taking advantage of people like me who have no idea what's going on. Your dad is really sick and stuff with COVID, and you have to deal with this hospice lady. You have to have a meeting with her, and she's so kind and compassionate, but you're not really sure what's going on. You're like, are you sure I don't have to pay for any of this stuff? Nope, it's 100% free. And I'm like really fine tooth combing this for language that's going to suggest I'm going to have to pay out of pocket for something, right? In fact, my concern was completely overblown. No, they're not trying to scam me. They're not going to try to get any money out of me at all. They are just going to get money out of the federal government because I've signed off that their hospice thing gets to run my mom's hospice benefits. Insane, huh? Right? How crazy is that? And purportedly saves Medicare money because in the old system, my mom would have kept going back to the hospital every time her health got like urgent as she diminished from dementia instead of just letting her die. So the idea of just, let's accept that end of life is now and let's not try to prevent it so actively and save money that way. That's fine, right? That's perfect and good. We don't need to additionally promise additional services once you get put into hospice, except I think it's a good thing to, loosen restrictions on your hardcore drugs like your fentanyl and stuff for people who are in late stage dementia like my mom was. You don't want them in any kind of discomfort. They can legislate that into the hospice package without promising, extra services distinct to hospice to mark the transition from a time when she was in nursing home, and if she got real sick, she would go to hospital. Now she's in a nursing home, and if she gets real sick, she doesn't go to hospital. Why do we need now a hospice team? Nothing's changed except for the fact that now you're not trying to save her life by sending her to the hospital every time she gets, in distress. You're just trying to make her comfortable with drugs. I guess the one thing that you need the hospice people for is a nurse to give her those drugs at the appropriate time. But why can't they just make it so that the nurse on staff at the nursing home can do it? Did I drink up all the Donkey Kong? Did I drink all up Donkey Kong? I don't know what that means. Oh, Donkey Kong. I see. You're talking to Donkey Kongington. What goes well with limes? Cocaine? I agree. Cocaine does go good with limes. What's the Arrive Can scandal? I don't know what the Arrive Can scandal is. I'm going to Google it. The release of a recent report on the Arrive Can app by Auditor General hit like a bombshell. The app was supposed to cost $80,000, but was updated 177 times and racked up a bill of at least $59.5 million instead. Horrible. That's what happens when you don't have a vested interest in being profitable, and you can't go bankrupt. It's just, oops, sorry, we accidentally spent $59 million more than we said. Oh, so what is it, like 100 million, 200 million instead of, so what you're saying is like, it's like 700 million instead of 650? Nope. What are you saying then? I'm saying it's like $80,000 versus 50 million. Can you imagine if I went to I got my clutch replaced in my car, and he quoted me $2,000 for the whole thing. Can you imagine if I come back and instead of it costing $2,000, it costs, let's see. So if 80 grand goes to 50 million, I call it 100 grand goes to 50 million. That's 10 equals a million. 50 of those. That's 500 times more. So 500 times more 2,000 is a million. So it would be the equivalent of me going, all right, it's gonna cost about $2,000. Okay, fine, do the job. And I go back to the shop and the guy's like, well, cost went a little over. I'm like, oh yeah, how much is it? It's gonna be $1 million. $1 million? Yep. It was a lot harder than I thought. You want me to pay you $1 million for getting my clutch fixed? I know I told you it was gonna be $2,000, but I mean, it was way harder than I thought. How long did it take you? It took me like the whole day. Okay. Look, you're missing the point. The point is it costs $1 million. Just like that Canadian app. The government thought they were buying a $100,000 app. They were actually buying a $53 million app. They just didn't know it at the time. Just like you didn't know it was going to cost $1 million to get your clutch replaced. But now we do know that. Well, I don't have $1 million to pay you for the clutch being replaced. Ooh. We got some good news for you. Well, what's the good news? I've already paid myself from your assets. What? Yeah, sold some things of yours. Sold your house, liquidated some stocks. You're good. We're all paid up. Well, you you took $1 million worth of assets from me? Yeah, don't try to go home, by the way. You could go live at the house down the street, the little house. You want a credit score of at least 750 or higher to be able to secure the best debt rates. I don't want to go into debt. I want to avoid going into debt. So I'm not in debt right now at all. None of us are. Me, Rachel. No reason to go into debt, so I'm not going to. Oh, sure. If I could type her and publish it as a video, I'm sure it would get a lot of views. I'd be happy to do that. A bad credit score doesn't keep people poor. The only good debt is a 15-year fixed mortgage. Everything else, including cars, pay cash. Is a 15-year fixed mortgage good debt because your property is likely to appreciate more than the cost of the... Is that assuming you don't have the capital to pay cash for the property? I guess is what I'm asking you. Finesse the government, don't let it finesse you. I just avoid it as much as possible. How about that? I'll avoid the government as much as possible. They don't want me, I don't want them. They can do their thing, I'll do my thing, and we'll try to stay out of each other's way. Okay, makes sense. That makes sense. You seem to have a good financial head on your shoulders, Putty Cat. I could see you holding some economic post in the Strauss administration. Well, yeah, I imagine that's true, Putty Cat. 15-year fixed mortgage is better than paying rent because after you paid rent for 15 years, like I did, I paid rent for 20 years at this house in Temple City. Granted, I was consistently paying rent below market rent rates in that neighborhood, which is why I just kept staying there, I guess. But I paid rent to that guy for 20 years. And then I moved. And he got his house and rented to somebody else, What was it? It was a little 2-bedroom house. 2-bedroom, 1 bath. It had a garage. It was a cool little house, I guess. But if you're gonna pay rent to live someplace for 20 years, you might as well have a mortgage if you could possibly afford it. We probably, if I had gotten a mortgage, we probably would have had to live in a little bit of a worse neighborhood. But I don't know. No point in regretting my failure to be on top of shit back then now. Gotta try to be on top of shit now. I'm waiting on drapes to come in the mail. I don't know why they're taking such a long time to arrive. I ordered them, seems like at least a week and a half ago or something, 2 weeks ago almost. It was like 0.7. Your GPA was 0.7, huh? So you squeezed a few D's in there, a few C's. Yeah, equity in a house supports wealth building, and that's why also you want to eliminate. I mean, actually, as long as you move to another house when you sell your house, I think capital gains taxes are excused in the status quo for house sales, although they're subject to another tax. Maybe that's a state thing, I'm not sure. The other tax I'm referring to might have been a state tax, California tax, I'm not sure. My GPA was 3.4 at the end of high school. And I got 1270 on the SAT. I got almost perfect score on the verbal and not super great on the math. So, yeah. You were close. You had a 2. Good for you. I'm so proud of you. I want you and me and everybody else to be happy forevermore. Now I'm going to play a song, or 2, or 3, or 4 on the guitar. Are you ready for the greatest experience of your entire life? Because that's the bare minimum I promise you'll get here. Yeah, there are stipulations there. I know that much. Regardless, I would love to see in the U.S., for example, I'd like to see the U.S. take kind of a hands-off approach to gains in crypto. Not because you want the government to either validate or invalidate that that potential growth via investment, but rather because you don't want Americans to be at a disadvantage in a developing market. I'm going to tune. It's because I put on my tuner. So that makes the sound go away. Okay. Good. Now it's in tune. And I've got a new 9-volt battery, which hopefully will last a lot longer this time because I have learned the important ways of things. You need to unplug when you're not using it, or else it'll drain the 9-volt, even if it's not on, the amp's not on. Okay, so what am I doing? Like a lot of people, what I really want to see is a dramatic rise in the number of abortions. I believe that if a woman's not getting an abortion, it's because she's being oppressed by her husband or some other form of patriarchy. You should believe this too, and if you don't, it's because you're racist. Alright, so earlier, in anticipation of playing the open mic at the Grove, I finally got around to transposing this song because I wanted to play it with Rachel and me. It turned out they changed the day on us this month. Instead of the last Thursday of the month, they put it on Wednesday. So what does that mean? Well, it means that we didn't get to go play in front of people, but I will play it now in front of you. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course. When they too were present, disciples all warily eyeing the lesson. If Jesus was people, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. Feelings once spoken would sit where they sing, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay terrible cost. The one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook. But being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. And though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete, not to be said, but the wise pay terrible cost. Yeah, maybe naivete is not to be said, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Thanks, darling. That song is called Jesus People. Would you like to sing with me now?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, cool. Shall we do Crowdy Ray?
Okay.
Let me change sides. I'll just leave you in front when you see me. It's fine. We don't need this thing. So can you just, I guess, push the minus thing right there? Yeah. That's good. Here we go.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles.
cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving
To those who
stay awake all night, and mostly voices say given. Don't try to sap your wills to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be seen forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see here and go onward I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, struggles still to come. Day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time?
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say.
Nicely done.
Well done, you too, darling.
Thanks.
Shall we do Gregory?
Yeah.
He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. I burst his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. I burst his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory.
In disguise, he's alive.
Always telling them.
Sorry.
But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them. Until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them.
He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets.
Now he's walking down the drive, I burst his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, I burst his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory.
In disguise, he's alive. Once he confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied
The chance to yell at them because he's Gregory in disguise. Good job.
Good job.
High five. Ciao.
Yeah.
Can you pull up the the Google,
Google.
yeah, the Google Glossa,
And then
and then go to push that one, yeah, and then go to click that blue thing. No, click
what
that
blue
no
thing?
at the top left corner.
This?
The blue, yeah. That. And now click set list, Bobette list. Okay, No, scroll down until you find one that you think you would like to try, either with me or by yourself, or if you don't want to do any.
I think I'm.
You're done?
Yeah.
Go ahead and relax then. I'll take that.
Is it alright?
Of course, yes. It's as alright as anything since the Allman Brothers sang that song, right, alright, right all the time. Which is not one of their more well-known songs, but here we go. We'll play a couple more songs. I don't end this train. Well, Sammy's story that need be told, and this is on for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jim, turned 19, 4 years in, and 3 kids weaned. We're now in question. Agency, outpace discretion, knocking in our courses, way too young. Agency comfort is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. They'll get 25 bourbon fun, and likewise they'll get 21 and so forth, well up into middle age. What once had seemed to set him free became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency, outpaces discretion, rocking in our courses, way too young. Agency comfort is really just oppression. They'll offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked up, the kids. Ooh ah, lock 'em up with extra discipline. Ooh ah, mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust arrest. Agency, outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. Urgency comfort is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression by parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying, while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, let's feed upon the futures of the young.
Woo!
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Let's see what else we got going on here. I can't really see your chats right now, so I'm not ignoring you on purpose. Ignoring you by accident. Too much noise in the data stream, loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made, until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow may be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing to end a day. There are uncertainties implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. Trouble, I always have trouble with that song. I don't have a good, really clear understanding of how it should be played. Just failure to the left of me, failure to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle again. Let's see what I want to play. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody had to slow. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody had to show. Place the slabs below, let them go. They will start to grow. More years and through, and tears gnashing through. A holy slab's come to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. But when the slope is in charge today, options at large, other ways. Take a chance now. What's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground.
Woo!
Thanks, darling. That was pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. That is better than terrible. Play this. Amelia, go from that place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then? Moving sideways into space you're in, and they're inside along with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure. No matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then? Moving sideways in the space you're in, and they're inside along with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free. With too much opportunity to leave out in the. Too much opportunity to leave out in the. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. Thank you. very kind. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for the sack full of solvency and that satchel. Now nothing but bones. Yeah, that satchel filled up with home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 Satchel of helpful goods for you. Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You're a wonderful lady.
You're a wonderful man.
Here comes the last song of the evening. Oh, Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what's called Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name. Well, Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually. But his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now he runs back on his business and they're changing fact list to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rachel, you are a true hero of the people. I admire you, and so does everybody else.
Oh, I admire you, and so does everyone else too.
Thanks. Some people don't, but that's fine. In my case, I don't blame you. I'm a little more abrasive than you. I'm going to turn some people away with my crass and offensive nature. Okay. Whew. I'll go to the chat now to read it, see what's going on. And thank you, Zandy, for being here. What kind of items does the satchel of helpful goods contain? Everything you need and nothing you don't. Thanks, Ammon. Thanks, everybody. And to all a Merry Christmas. Thanks, Zoe Nicole. I am in Mariposa, California. Smash has got to get some sleep. Then it came in time to hear Rachel doing a little singing. That's good.
Yeah.
We're way down here now. Thanks, Ruben. You're a real winner in the game of life.
Thanks, Ruben.
You deserve all the fabulous prizes. I am going to pull a few bong rips before I go. Oh, you and Show Media were dancing, huh? What dance were you doing? Were you doing the tango, the forbidden dance of love? Because I'm pretty sure only Brazilians are allowed to do the tango. Which is the N-word of South America. I like sex and Zandy. Yeah. It's a good one, Show Media. I like that. WTF. Amelia was your song. Oh, you guys were dancing to Amelia, huh? Oh. What do I think about vaccines? I think that a working vaccine prevents a person from getting the disease that it vaccinates them against. As per the polio vaccine, the MMR vaccine, etc. As per almost all vaccines. I mean, definitionally, all. So, salutations, Sen. It is the case that if there's something that you can, some shot you can get that does not prevent you from getting the disease in question, then it should not be called a vaccine. It does not qualify as such.
No.
Why are you saying that? Are you singing that Nirvana song? Is that a Nirvana song?
Why do I have to be reminded of blank? Just
What
want cooler INFJs.
He's not you, dude. He was 27. He was young, you know.
Oh my god.
Who?
That is young.
Yeah. What's his name? No, they don't give kids autism. That's silly. And I would say at least 95% of the people diagnosed with autism do not have autism. They're not on the spectrum some way. Autism is a real thing that includes mental retardation as one of its symptoms. And I know because I've dealt in special ed with people who are genuinely autistic, and that's very different than somebody who's so-called neurodivergent, which is dumb. Dumb label. Correct, Sin. Another thing that doesn't give people autism is immunizations, vaccines, and what was the thing I'm thinking of called? I don't remember. Well, they used to call it that, Jimmy B. Now they call it spectrum, right? But regardless, it's bullshit. You can call it turd or you can call it poo. Either way, it's still a piece of shit. WDH wants to know what's up. I'm going to give you the traditional answer and say the sky. What is up with you? You can't use the sky. I already used it. You have to differ now. You have to come up with something different than that. Inflation is up. That's true. Not anymore. Not right now. I think the inflationary crunch is basically completed. It's just now we're experiencing the reality of less buying power. It's not that it's getting worse necessarily at the moment. Another thing that is up are both you and me, even though it's nighttime. Sure, it's almost 10 p.m. here in Mariposa, California. But me and Rachel, we're troopers. We're not going to just go to sleep as soon as the sun goes down.
No.
We're tough.
We are tough.
Sometimes we can stay up even till 11 p.m., midnight, even later. Careful on those backcountry roads.
Yeah, yeah, we do have to be careful on the backcountry roads. There's one blind spot.
Hard dicks and airplanes want to ride. What?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Are those two things that want to ride? Are hard dicks and airplanes? As long as there aren't any snakes, we're good. Sam's Arcade, there are snakes. I hate to tell you this. But everywhere you go, just out of your peripheral vision, there are probably dozens of snakes. You want to bang rocks together, huh? What are we hoping to accomplish by banging rocks _________? Harvey Weinstein is in the hospital with COVID and double pneumonia, his team says. Elon Musk's transgender daughter says he berated her for being queer as a child.
Wow.
Oh, I see. When someone says, "What's up?" you say, "Hard dicks and airplanes want to ride."
Oh,
Like that.
I see. He apparently has 12 kids.
Elon does?
Yeah.
Well, he can afford them. No, I'm going to create content in an even better way than banging rocks together. Although I appreciate the notion. I'm going to pace around and say words. Depending on we need to eat some food, Rachel. We never ate anything, right?
No, but I've been pooping like crazy.
I ate some of your leftovers,
Okay, that's good.
so I'm probably okay. You want me to microwave you something?
Yeah, I guess so.
Would you rather have a frozen dinner? You want me to make you potatoes? I could make you potatoes in the oven if you want, but that's going to take a long time.
No, I think like a chicken parm is fine.
You got it, lady, and ha cha cha cha. I mean, if you want to have a happy life, a happy marriage, when you agree with your wife and say yes to something, don't just say, yeah, okay, or whatever like that. Always say, you got it, baby, ha cha cha cha. And she'll be like, I'm so glad I married this guy. He's always bringing a fun kind of 1940s guy thing next year. What is this one? How long do you cook these chicken parm for?
6 minutes.
Okay. Elon Musk has a kid named like EIEIO. If your eyes are getting watery when pushing, there's not enough moisture in your stool. Hydrate more.
If what?
This person says, if your eyes are getting watery when pushing, there's not enough moisture in your stool. Hydrate more.
That's good to know, but my pee is clear. It's like,
Or you're pooping frequently, I thought you said.
yeah, I'm pooping frequently.
So that's not too little pooping.
No. I'm pooping a lot.
That's
but,
good.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Where do
It
you get the
just
poop
feels
out of your butt?
dire. It's like my stomach.
Well, would you like an antacid?
Not right now, but maybe before bed.
Sometimes antacids can make your stomach feel a little better.
Oh, really? Sure then.
Clear pee isn't always good, says Jimmy B. Really?
What?
What's bad about it? It's not like Rachel's gonna die of too much hydration.
It's still like a pale yellow. It's just that. I'm having. My stomach's upset. Since this morning.
So wait, I don't understand. Are you talking about somebody who, what were they born as? A boy, and Elon Musk was trying to make him be more masculine, but now they self-identify as a girl. Rachel, drink some ginger ale. Stop telling people what to do, everybody. Maybe Rachel doesn't like it. Love me how I am, everybody. I can't be perfect, but you have to love me anyway. Everybody needs to stay locked in their house until we come up with a retardation vaccine. It's the only way you'll be safe, trust me. Aha! Alright. Gonna put one of these in here. Like so. Put that closed. Put that like yeah. We're gonna pots and pans it. Pots and pans it. The surest way to success on your road to clean dishes. You know, each of us has our own personal life path to follow, and mine is clean dishes. And I never dreamed when I was a baby that I'd grow up to do the dishes and be happy about it and stuff and complete my life work. But it has become such, and nothing, absolutely nothing, could be more fulfilling than this. Okay. Don't worry, everybody. Everything's fine. Just got lost in thought for a second there. Musing about meow or meow. We're gonna need to go to the store again like tomorrow because we're running out of cat food. Yeah. There's something else I forgot to get at the store I want to get too. Do you need a drink, Rachel? Okay, so we're making Rachel a chicken parm here, as you see, in this microwave, which uses the magic of science to heat food. If you use fire to heat food, that's not science. But this is science. What's the difference? Well, science uses electricity. Nature uses fire. Get the difference? Now you do. There's no electricity in nature, just as there is no fire in science. Go! Come off of there, you. Go off of there. Now we've taken it out of its box. I'm going to put this fork right here for Rachel's ease of access. Put that knife like so. Piggity pia. And here she goes with the miggity meow. I'm going to put this food in front of her face and hope she eats it just like a case.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. It's hot.
Okay, I'll wait a little bit to eat.
And let me get you a paper towel. Rachel?
Yes?
Would you like to play Pahypergahurl? Take that as a no. Would you really want to play as probably Subway Surfers? I wonder if they have a PC version of Subway Surfers.
They do, but it's on Steam or something.
I have that.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I think they have it.
Mind the Cherenkov radiation. What's that? I don't know. No, Sins Arcade. Fire is not science, okay? Electricity is science, fire is nature, and water is religion. Earth is like civilization or something. No, Earth is, farming. Earth is farming, electricity is science, fire is nature, and religion is water. Those are all the elements. Isn't that a lot easier than the whole periodic table of elements? If we just have air, water, fire, earth, and I think we should include electricity.
Yeah, electricity should be.
For lightning.
Yeah.
Those are all the elements you need.
I'm down to play Silver Super. Paper Girl, I want to play maybe and get used to it again. It's kind of difficult.
Well, the moment you should play Eat Your Dinner, and then you'll feel energized by the power of food. I think I'm gonna make myself. I could just can eat the rest of Rachel's. Yeah. I could make a corn in the oven too. That would be pretty good. This is what I would call needful bites. Mm-mm. All right, look, if you want fire to be science, fine, but then electricity has to be religion. Well, I don't think any of us are okay with that. Obviously, religion's got to be either air or maybe outer space, because that's where God lives. Obs. And since arcade, Nepal is the country of the Himalayas. It has nothing to do with science. Zonjas Yule, Smash 420, combine the two of you and you've got a 420 Christmas. Okay. I'm eating the rest of that steak. Yeah, well, the unscientific method's pretty important too. What do you think about that? Since arcade. There, now I've done eating. Scientifically, maybe I've provided myself calories and nutrition, but unscientifically, I've just eaten some food. What's more correct? Me eating food is. That's what. From a religious perspective, I didn't just eat food, I also proved that God exists. From a nature perspective, I just did a mating dance. Hi, Douglas Wentworth. No, I don't use Discord. I never did. I was watching a vid talking to you from like 4 years ago. I'd love to get a chance to again. I mean, it's not impossible to talk to me, but you're saying like you want to make a video with me or what? I bet Douglas hears that a lot. I'm just joking around since arcade. I'm not serious about my science stuff that I'm saying. I'm just playing with ideas, that's all. Making jokes, playing with ideas. I understand that science concerns both fire and electricity, and even air and dirt. I don't actually think that we should replace the periodic table of elements with the Greek breakdown of elements into just 4 elements, or even adding a 5th, namely electricity. But I think really, if you're going to include all the elements like that kind of element, it should be one for outer space too. These call the ether, but what they now call a vacuum. The vacuum of space.
The vacuum. I like the ether better.
Yeah. Call it the ether, or they call it the what's that word I'm looking for? Firmament.
The what?
The firmament.
I never heard that.
Electromagnetism, because you get 2 for 1. Okay. Fair enough. I wonder, did the Greeks not know about magnets? When did people first learn about magnets?
Yeah, that's a good question.
They were called lodestones originally, I think.
Lodestones?
Yeah, Lodestonnes. You support the firmament? Are you Atlas? No, he supports the Earth. It's 1 a.m. in Los Angeles. In New Angeles. No, it's maybe, but it's not 1 a.m. in Los Angeles. Okay, Greeks called them lodestones. How did ancient Greeks explain magnets? He wrote, according to Aristotle, that these stones have a soul because they can move and tighten iron. What did the ancient Greeks think of magnets? During this period in history, the universe as a whole was thought to be alive, and magnets were seen as living proof, so to speak, of the life to be found in all natural objects, including those that appeared to be inanimate. What were sensory perceptions, counterposing rationalism to empiricism? Thales of Miletus saw the phenomenon as evidence of a soul. Who first discovered magnets? Traditionally, it said the ancient Greeks discovered magnetite, which is a naturally occurring magnetic mineral. There's a story about a shepherd named Magnus whose shoe nail stuck to a rock containing magnetite. They noted that on rare occasions, lodestones were found in nature, chunks of iron-rich ore with a puzzling ability to attract iron. Some were discovered near the city of Magnesia, now in Turkey, and from there the words magnetism and magnet entered the language. I see. Artificial magnets? Who invented the first artificial magnet? Who made the first artificial magnet? So it looks like it's William Gilbert is the first one to magnetize things. And then the first compound magnet was made by binding artificial magnets together with a common pole piece at each end in 1730. basically attributed to Servington Savory, the maker of this, or Gilbert, William Gilbert. You get a lot of answers, actually. Why don't meat magnets exist? That's my next question. Why don't meat magnets exist? Why can't magnetic fields do work? Magnetic force is always perpendicular to the motion of the particles. It will never do any work, and a charged particle moving through a magnetic field does not experience any change in its kinetic energy. Its velocity vector can change its direction, but not its magnitude. I see. What does it mean if my penis is attracted to magnets? Let's see here. I keep writing this training, you'll end up at electromagnetics and coil rifles, huh? Well, I didn't know about that. It is my strong desire that my son, Cooper Hoffman, be raised and reside in near the borough of Manhattan or Chicago, Illinois, or San Francisco, California. Huh. Good night, Sean. And this is real science. That's right. The BS 333. Real full blast science. I suspect it means that even magnets want to get closer to my penis. I think it's purely based on the desirability factor rather than any ferrous quality, you know. If, in fact, the ancient Greeks were right and magnets have souls, then that means they also have subjective interests. You subbed to my OnlyFans yesterday? Thanks so much, LaDog. Thank you so much. Because that's where I publish most of my content, is right on my OnlyFans. It's just all nudity all the time.
Oh, wow.
Non-stop, all nude nudity.
Oh,
I think it's a good OnlyFans strategy. I consulted with some people and that's what the general consensus was. Just go with all nude nudity. Well, I mean, the thing is, Iron Rod Steel Pole is just a nickname, but so nicknamed for a reason, obviously. Listen, ooh, ah, ooh, would you like to pull this bong rip? Would you like to pull it now? What's the best fan you have reviewed on OF? Judy Johnson. She's my #1 OF fan that I've reviewed.
oh, you reviewed her.
Well, that's, according to Zan, Zandy says, what's the best fan you have reviewed on OF?
Oh.
So I'm assuming you get to review fans on OF.
Oh.
Right? Glaff. GLHF, and have a happy and safe evening or day. Who's GLHF? I don't know who that is. Oh yeah, I'm all over the OnlyFans. On OnlyFans, when I live stream, I'll get probably 500,000 concurrent viewers at any given moment. He said he was going to be back the next 2 days menacingly with crackhead energy. Might as well make the best of it. Who said that? About what? I want to know. There are 2 people with Z as the first letter of their name here. That doesn't happen very often. I want an OnlyFans with actual AC or regular fan reviews. What's a good brand for a good price? Well, maybe that's what OnlyFans is like, Zandy. Do you know? Have you gone on OnlyFans? Are you a regular viewer of OnlyFans? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's mostly people just giving helpful hints on how to fix your air conditioning and or fan. A lot of these things get a bad reputation, but they turn out to be fine. Like, here are some things that I would be concerned with. If I saw on Rachel's phone the app Tinder, if I saw on her phone the app Snapchat, I'd be a little concerned. Now, I get that some people use Snapchat, I guess, for non-nefarious reasons. I don't know. Do you think?
For Snapchat,
Yeah.
the only people who I know who use it for non-nefarious things are like kids.
Okay.
But I didn't even know that people still used it.
I don't know. I don't know either. Some people ask for your Snapchat
Yeah.
directly.
Yeah.
Because they're thinking, okay, this lady's going to be down to cheat on old man Eric.
Oh my God.
You know, that's what they think. And you just get your Snapchat, then he won't know that we're chatting.
No.
So anyway, fortunately, I don't feel too concerned about people hitting on Rachel because she's not receptive to it at all.
No, I'm not.
And I don't feel as though she's somebody who's going to make that kind of bad decision. You know? I used it exclusively for non-nefarious reasons. Kind of sucks for messaging. So why did you use it at all, Sean? Is it because people you wanted to talk to preferred that platform, or what?
Like when I used it, it was because my second cousins, who were like way younger than me, had it, and they wanted to stay in contact, and that was their way of staying in contact through Snapchat. But I got rid of it because we didn't really use it. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes.
Well, who knows what people are doing these days? You know, I both don't have anybody trying to surreptitiously meet with me behind Rachel's back, nor Do I have people saying, "Hey, install this app so I can talk to you in secret"? The only such person that has that a little bit is my friend Corey. But that's because he's paranoid about the government, not about anything else. You know, he likes to use Signal, which is a messaging app that's super encrypted. It's not like set up to necessarily hide things from your spouse. It's super encrypted to like hide things from the government. You know? A lot of people, a lot of guys who are single feel zero. They feel zero concern about it all, let alone kind of obligation or whatever. They feel zero concern about whether Mia Chick's in a relationship. They're like, that's fine. You can be in a relationship, and I'll keep it on the download for you, etc. A lot of people, a lot of guys, single guys who are, Chad types, they don't necessarily care if the chick's in a relationship.
Well, do you think that cheating has become normalized?
No, I don't. I think that it's still in like pretty much every instance in a television show or a movie, it's considered horrible, and it's like an incredibly intense way to manage a storyline. If you want to include is this character going to cheat or not storyline, that's a good way to emotionally engage people.
Yeah.
Because people are universally opposed to cheating, because obviously there's no way to defend it. If you don't have to be in a relationship, you could be single, but if you are in a relationship, that means you adhere to your commitment. The gays, huh? Okay. Well, you can think what you wish about the gays, I suppose. Hmm. Let's see what else is going on here in the chat. Rachel, have you ever seen The Good Girl with Jennifer Aniston?
Yes, I have.
Yes, she has. Adults communicating properly isn't interesting enough for the box office, mostly because the writers are terrible and can't come up with something else. Well, I mean, it's just, it depends on, I guess, what market you're trying to sell to, etc. Is it okay to cultivate multiple relationships at once if you don't know what you want, provided you're honest with the partners about it? You're saying, I'm not in a monogamous relationship with you. I'm dating different people right now. I don't want a commitment. Then that's fine. It came out 22 years ago. I feel old.
Ah, 22 years ago.
I mean, I don't think 60% of it is I'm scared to tell them. I think generally it's like cheaters play the role of bad guys, etc. I don't think it's normalized. For the simple reason I articulated, right? Because it's impossible to get everybody to agree that while you could be honest and engage in multiple partnerships concurrently, and not incur any condemnation. You've chosen to be dishonest, and nobody wants to be the cuck. No woman or man wants to be the cuck and who's being cucked by a cheating partner who's keeping a secret, especially. It's one of the worst things you can do to a person,
Oh,
really.
what a beauty. Meow.
You met one of what? Oh, you mean somebody whose wife has cheated on them or something? Yeah, well, you're gonna be super broken up about that if that happens.
Yeah.
Well, Jackson, I wish that for you too then. I don't know what you're talking about, Zan, just one of those, whatever that means. All right. I am going to, I think, wrap up this stream and see what else there is to do. Although, actually, I might check on the progress of my grocery store video. See if it's gotten any action. Not too bad.
No, not too bad at all.
It's gotten 3 comments and 19 likes and 290 views so far. We are cutie patooties.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good video. If you haven't seen it, I'll get the link for it for you and put it in the chat. I used a, how you call it? I used a song in the background of it. There it is. So, anyway, I need to eat something now. What am I going to eat? Mennonites are different than Mormons. Mennonites are like Amish light.
Yeah. They are.
How far back can I trace my bloodline? All the way back to 1986. The year was 1986. The Strauss family came into existence. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am so Amish.
Thanks, show media.
I guess I'll take you in there to start some food for me. Then I'm ending this shit. I'm gonna watch some TV, but I need to start some food first. What should I eat for dinner tonight? Should I eat something that will delight everybody here every day? Perhaps I should eat a pile of hay. I could make potatoes. I could make a corn. I gotta make some potatoes. Now, I'm going to rinse off these potatoes. Put this on here. No. So, in 10 minutes, I will come in and set the timer. I just set the timer for an hour and 10 minutes. That's what I should do. I'll set it over here. Timer. Let's see. 70 minutes. Timer. There's timer. There, it's going. Okay. So that accounts for not just the potatoes, but also the amount of time it takes for the oven to preheat. Justin Drake. Yeah. Cheating is one of the worst things you can do to somebody because you can't, it's like you make your partner into the mark of a scam, essentially. The mark in a scam. And you do it by betraying the most important trust that person has. Most significant, like, they have to feel like they trust their wife or whatever, or else they can't go about the rest of their business, right? If things aren't solid, reliable at home and your partnership and stuff, you can't attend to your business that you have as an individual. You certainly can't attend to collectively to the business you have as partners, you know. The thing is, my understanding of a happy, healthy, monogamous relationship, the two people in a marriage, for example, are saying to each other, you're the person with whom I share my secrets. I might keep some secrets, but if anybody knows them, it's going to be you. That doesn't necessarily include all old secrets that predated the relationship, but certainly it includes things like what you really think of Judy. And sometimes, like, Judy might consider you a friend, but you think of her more as an acquaintance that you periodically have to make time for, but kind of wish you didn't. And you feel guilty about that. And you talk to your husband about that, right? Well, if you're sleeping with somebody else, that means you're Judy. You're making your partner into Judy in that analogy. And it's like, You're rendering them pitiful, sad, unworthy of respect. And to the extent that they're unaware about it and carrying on as though things were normal. I don't know, it's like the most emasculating thing a person can possibly do. This is from a male's perspective. I'm sure it's equally terrible from a woman's perspective, but in a different way. Okay. Are they not knocking on people's doors over there? Who are you talking about? Mormons don't come by our house now. You seem kind of like full of thems, you know. And what about this group of people, and that group of people? We don't need to get too themy, you know. Generally ill-advised, I would say. What's well advised is another cup of coffee, I think. Fill it up with hot coffee. Enjoy its delicious flavor. Wait for my potatoes to cook.
Okay, back.
I agree. A relationship born from cheating is poison from the get-go. I see. Well, Zonjas, nobody's going around trying to share the good news with us door to door here. I do periodically see the Jehovah's Witnesses at their little table in the near the park in town, but they don't come by the houses. We're really isolated. There's not much. There aren't that many houses back here, and it's quite far from the next community down the road. It's a one-way kind of love. But, Zanjis Yule, I want to ask you this question. Have you heard the good news? Christ is risen. I forgive you, show me to you. All right. I'm gonna wrap this up. The tour is canceled for lack of interest. I mean, figure I'd just watch some TV or something. I don't know. If you want to take the camera and keep streaming for a bit, you can. If you don't want to, that's fine too.
I would only do it to play Subway Surfers.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay. See you all later. I'm going to end. Goodbye for now, and I'll see you again. I tried, but the goat's blood had spoiled.